Test, 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 test. Hello, hello. Hope everybody's doing well. Be getting started in just a second here. Make sure I pull up the right chapter. I gotta do the transition. Okay, 1 second. I think we're at 390. Okay, there we go. And let's see. Here we go. Okay, looks like it's coming through all right. Hello everybody, hope you are doing well. Hope you've had a great week. Hope you're having a good weekend. I see quite a few people here. It's really good to see you guys. Hi Omni, hi Darth Magog, and hi Saria. I'm really loving the creativity of the emoji dueling. Were you casting a fireball jutsu, Magog? Yeah, with the fireball jutsu. That's awesome. Yeah, I hope you guys are all doing well. Tonight is going to be relatively chill. You know, usually I come prepared with my, massive board of all the different scans and graphs and Pepe Sylvia style setup. It's here. So if there's anything you guys want to review from last time, maybe we'll take a moment and go over some of the world building stuff. But for the most part, I just wanted to kind of hang out and do like a random or assorted topics thing this evening. Someone had sent me, I think it was, I'm sorry, I don't remember off the top of my head. Let me just take a look at the Discord. Somebody sent me a really interesting debate. It might have been FOD. And basically it was somebody's channel that was new to me. And I really enjoyed listening because it was essentially, it was this Dr. Strangle sent this to me. The Luffy versus Naruto manga only debate. See if I can bring it up in YouTube real quick. Yeah, here we go. So, this one over here, the channel is Lilos Adventure, and I really enjoyed this. I have to go back and add a comment addressing a couple of things, but I appreciated this because it was one of the sort of slightly rare instances of a person who is I hope this doesn't feel like me throwing shade or whatever, but it feels like this person reads Naruto and enjoys Naruto, but doesn't have the same level of obsession and super in-depth knowledge that some of the power scaling folks do have, I guess including myself. But as a result, specifically, he seems to be a little bit more open-minded and or a little bit more skeptical of some of the long-standing tropes or whatever. And then he invited some other people on to have a debate. I think I heard Acolyte there, right? Acolyte, if you're listening, and or if I bump into you later on, I think I recognized your voice, and I appreciated the points that you were bringing up and the clarification that you were trying to provide. There was that one other guy who showed up about 2 hours in and was like, "Okay, everybody, I'm here to school you." It's kind of charming. But yeah, so I realized kind of going through this that there's a lot of little points that come up that we've talked about. Some of them we talked about on stream before. Some of them are new to our conversations. But I think it might be worth it / just fun to kind of go over them and see if we can learn anything, see if we can clear up some misconceptions. So as a way of getting the conversation started, one of the things they talked about was Kirin. I thought it'd be cool to go over that fight and just examine how Kirin works. Although I should look at the data book as well, if I might have a copy of it digitally, but I will. If not, I'll pull up my hard copy in a second. Just looking around the room. And so, yeah, it'd be fun to go over that. And then some of the other things that came up were the Sage clone limitations during the pain fight, and the Sharingan's predictive vision or whatnot. So be a mostly open-ended, mostly casual discussion of random topics. If you have anything else you'd like us to delve into or take to investigate rather, I'm more than happy to change the subject. I think I forget who specifically. It might have been Fod who was curious learning more about Kaguya, so maybe we could take some time and go over her fight again, and see if we can clear some stuff up there. And some of the stuff will overlap with the discussion about light speed travel and all that I have planned for next week. I was hoping to get to it this week. Unfortunately / fortunately, I guess it's not really a big deal either way, but like my work schedule picked up, and I have a lot of work to do, which is fun. I really enjoy it. But it's meant that I kind of had to put a bunch of stuff on hold. Like I haven't done any editing on my shorts or whatever, because I was just like, I'm working overtime, and I will get through that sprint this week, and hopefully next weekend we'll have like a more prepared stream. Of course, let me know what you think. Let me know if you have any questions or suggestions or whatever. I'm gonna catch up on chat, and then I'll be happy to dive in. Oh, Tarth Megak, I just saw your comment. You're still editing the same video you were last time we spoke. I mean, that's totally fine. As long as you're I hope you're having fun with it. It took me like a long ass time to get through editing my last fully edited video. So, and honestly, I would not rush it. I think I whined about this last time, but like my personal experience with that stuff. With editing is that I do not like editing. Like, I love having editing done in the same way that I don't really like taking out garbage or like cleaning up garbage, but it is really nice to have a clean kitchen, at the end of the week. So that's kind of how I feel about editing. It's something that I don't love doing, but it's nice to have it done when it's done. With all of that being said, I do think it's like, hopefully you can find a way to engage with it that feels like you can retain the fun of it, if that makes sense, and it doesn't become like a chore. But I mean, like, I've seen the quality of your videos and the production and everything. I imagine it takes time to like rehearse and prepare and edit and everything. It's you don't make videos of that quality just by like throwing some random shit together, right? So best of luck with it. Just in general, I hope it is continues to be fun and fulfilling. Oh yeah, thank you for the 5x5 Maven Leader. Actually, that's a cool name. If I ever had to pick a call sign, maybe I would pick that. That sounds nice. I can just imagine like the X-wing now with like some black kind of wing like stripes along the side. I am actually really excited that I'm working with two artists right now. One to do the intro, like what do you call it? Like an intro video, and the next would be to do a channel banner. And we're working on like sketching out some ideas, and I'm really excited. It's going to be crow related, and I actually really like the banner that I have now, but I have mixed feelings about it being like AI. So this one will be fully rendered by human hands, and will be, I think, a nice addition. I'm very much looking forward to that. Oh yeah, hello Omnibumni. I think I said hi before, but just again to make sure. I hope you're doing well. Hello is on my speciality. Oh, Sorry is here. Hey, Sorry says, I returned. I was getting food. I'm late. No worries at all. I know you got a lot going on. Are you back from New York, or are you in New York still? It sounds like you're having an awesome time. I hope so. Please let me know if I'm pronouncing her name right. You got to meet Chloe Grace Moretz. I'm really glad that you got that opportunity. Sounds like you're super stoked about it, which is awesome. And you got that autograph too. Did you get a chance to hang out with her at all? Did you get a chance to like chat, or was it like a very, very quick thing, just like sign and go? Hopefully you got a chance to chill a little bit. But yeah, I imagine you'd be exhausted after that whole endeavor. I wanted to ask you a question actually. So I've been calling you Saria this whole time, and I think I asked you if that was cool, like fucking like 7-8 months ago or whatever it was. But it just occurred to me the other day. I was looking at your username, and it's Saria's Epona, right? So your username implies that you're actually Epona, who is affiliated with Saria. Have I been saying your name wrong this whole time? I mean, you let me get away with it this long. I figure it's probably okay. But let me know, like, just out of curiosity, was it supposed to be Epona the whole time, and then I just like, you're just like, oh fine, okay fine, like I'll let him I'll let him say Saria. Let's see. Darth Magog says, I remember back in my day, like 20 years ago, we only did One Piece versus Naruto. Oh, because of the pirate versus ninja. I mean, yeah, there was a period in like internet lore or internet fandom or whatnot where I guess like archetypes like that became like across the dividing lines. I remember, did you ever watch the show Ask a Ninja, I think it was called? And it was just this dude. It was sort of like Strong Bad Emails, and it was this dude in a ninja outfit. And whenever he would mention pirates, he would be, he would have that kind of like grudge to it. And then there was like Weeble, if you ever watched Weeble and Bob, with like Chris the Ninja Pirate was obviously like a riff on that. It was a whole thing. It was like all over the place. And then almost overnight, it kind of felt like everybody just got fucking bored of it and it just died. Right around the time that zombies started to become popular, funny enough. And I wonder if the like zombie fad then kind of gave way into the superhero craze. And I don't wonder what we're in right now. It doesn't seem to me like there's a big kind of cultural like glomming onto character type right now. Be curious if you guys can think of anything that kind of fits that. I was talking about this to my friend the other day. Like, I can't remember the last time there was like a book release, for example, where teenage kids were out at night at a midnight launch, like lining up around the block to get a new fucking book since like Harry Potter. And I would genuinely be curious to know if there, like with books specifically, but also in general, like what are the big cultural things that are happening these days that have that same kind of cachet. And maybe it's not like I wonder if it's going to be a while before we see something like that again, because it's just how would I say it, the content consumption is so fast. We have so many different streams of content and shit comes out so often and we have access to so much of it that maybe that era has kind of died down and the fads are much more like flash in the pan. I guess like Mr. Beast or whatever, maybe you like there are definitely characters like that, or PewDiePie. Maybe there was like the era of the YouTuber, right? Like that was the next thing. And obviously people still watch YouTube, thankfully for me. But it kind of fizzled out a little bit from the way that it was before. Let me try to switch the chat real quick because it looks like you guys are getting a little obscured by the water graphics. So I'm gonna try this format. Let me know if that works better for y'all. Also leaves things on screen a little bit longer. Anyway, yeah, I'm curious if you guys think what you guys think about all that. Do you think like Naruto and One Piece and all that have the same kind of impact today that they did like 10, 15 years ago? Or is it mostly just like us old heads kind of hanging on to it? It seems to be pretty popular amongst like the current generation. So I don't think it's like going anywhere, but yeah. Sorry I said, I wonder how Pirates vs. Ninjas even became a thing. And Darth Magog follows it up by saying, honestly, I don't remember his early days of the internet. Yeah, I don't know. I would be curious to learn more about it because it was such an interesting thing that kind of caught on. But I mean, that being said, I think it might have something to do just with like, kids in the same way that like cowboys and Indians, which is, a whole, there's some issues with that. But that when, kids in my area would play at being cops and robbers or cowboys and Indians or whatnot, just sort of these mythologized, fantasized versions of parts of our history that then come with like internal messaging about like your role in society or whatever that we then play around with as kids. We don't quite realize like what the message is. We're more just like, oh cool, yeah, I would love to have a big ass boat and go wherever I wanted and find treasure and like fight people with swords. Like that sounds super fun, right? And you just kind of attach yourself to a given archetype. I would love to be able to be super sneaky so that nobody could find me, and I'd like to be able to be like super fast and use all kinds of cool gadgets and do secret missions, and you're kind of just thinking about it that way. So I think it's natural that people would kind of gravitate to those kinds of archetypes and want to do like LARPing essentially, back when we were allowed to have imagination. But yeah. As to how those specific things blew up on the internet, I'd be curious if there was like a catalyst that then led to them kind of taking off and becoming a big thing, or if it was more just like, the seeds were already there, and then the internet just like kind of helped shine even more light on them. Oh, hey Howard, how's it going? Good to see you. Hope you're having a good weekend. Yeah, I hope everyone is doing well here too. I think so. Sounds like everybody's doing okay. I'm definitely doing okay. I'm a little, as usual, didn't have quite as much prepared as I initially planned. Like, I know I've been threatening to do this light speed Databooks stream for like 8 years now, but figured it would be better to wait until I have a little bit more time to prep. I'm going through the Databooks when I have time, and I've been listening to some older videos on the subject. I will say I forgot that Six did a video on Lightspeed Naruto a year-ish ago, and he actually does a pretty good job overall. I disagree with his conclusions, but I really appreciated the way that he started off the video by basically saying, like, hey guys, I don't really care either way if Naruto characters are or are not Lightspeed. I just want you to know what the information is. This is my opinion, and then here's all the data I can find. And I really appreciated that, because my perspective is somewhat similar. You know, like, I do care. Like, I want people to know what the quote-unquote right answer is as best we can, but at the same time, it's like, people are allowed to believe whatever they want to believe, and as long as people have, like, solid information and they're not being denied access to good information, then I'm okay with people having what some would derisively call headcanon. I think I would just call it, like, their own interpretations, right? So I really appreciated that Six took that approach, even though I disagree with him. So it's been kind of fun to bone up on the subject, and, you know, trying to maintain a balance of that with my other life stuff, which can be a challenge sometimes, because I don't know if you guys are like this, but I really like to just focus on one thing, and have one thing kind of dominate my time. And when I'm not, like, in terms of like a given project, right? Like, I would rather go play guitar for 4 hours than go play guitar for 1 hour and then, like, edit for 1 hour and then go to the gym. You know, like, obviously I have to fight against that a little bit, because consistency, pacing yourself, like, not losing your fucking mind, these are important things. But my tendency is to want to just kind of focus on one thing until it's done, or until I reach, like, a milestone or whatever. And so I'm working to try to be a little bit better at spreading myself out, you know, like, not binging content, with some success. I'll stop rambling. I'll catch up a little bit on the chat here. So yeah, good crowd tonight, good grouping of people. I really appreciate you guys stopping by and participating in the discussion. It really does, you know, I look forward to it every week. Whoever shows up, it's always awesome to get a chance to sync up with you and share ideas with you. So thank you, seriously, thank you for taking the time out of your life to stop by and talk about anime and stuff with a stranger on the internet. It's, like, kind of amazing. I really appreciate it. Sorry, said also, oh yes, my mom got tickets to let us actually get to sit and talk with the cast, and it was awesome. That's so amazing. That's so awesome. I'm really, really happy for you. Yeah, and Saria said, also, I'm fine either way. I love Saria and Epona, so I just combined both. So sometimes people call me either one, and I'm fine with it. LOL. Okay, that's awesome. Oh, hey, Dr. Strangle, how's it going? Oh, you got the electrocution thing there. So I was talking a minute ago about this video over here, the Luffy versus Naruto debate, from Lee Lo's Adventure. I don't know if you heard me talking about that a second ago, but I think I heard somebody mention your name, and I think maybe, did you, like, contribute? I was listening to this as, like, a podcast while I was out walking around doing stuff, but I think I heard you, and I think I heard you making some of your trademark, like, actually good arguments and trying to help clear up some of the misunderstanding in that chaos. It sounded like it was getting a little bit heated towards the end there with two of the speakers. But yeah, I really appreciated this video. It was a really interesting listen, and I think Lilos did a good, like, I don't know anything about One Piece, so I can't comment on that scaling. I think Lilos did a really good job of hearing out his opponent's positions and taking his time to, like, he has a good style of argumentation, so to speak, or engagement with his interlocutors, to use the pretentious term, where he asks questions before making statements. Like, somebody will say, like, well, of course Naruto is planetary, and then rather than saying no he's not, and here's why, he'll say planetary. So what does planetary mean to you? And how would you define a planet? And so you're saying this character here is planetary. Interesting, very interesting. So tell me more about that, right? Like, so he does a good job of kind of guiding his opponents into, I guess, revealing whether or not their own arguments are solid, and then he can kind of follow up on that, which is cool. It's cool to see. So hopefully that was enjoyable. Excuse me. Darth Magog says it's the K-pop Demon Hunters this week. Is K-pop Demon Hunters good? I saw a clip of something from, I think it was like a drone light show or something, with an outline of a character from K-pop Demon Hunters. Is it like a thing? I couldn't tell if it was meant to be like a parody show or whatnot, but it seems like it's kind of gaining its own momentum, so that's kind of cool. Hopefully it's good. One more thing to add to the list. Dr. Tranko says the death of monoculture media. Yeah, it's very, very different. Do you remember when, if you were around at the time, do you remember going to websites? I'm not talking about like going to YouTube, or which is a website technically, or going to Google or whatever, but like there are actually separate websites that you would discover. And maybe your friend would have a cool website that they put together, or maybe there would be a website for music or whatever, or like a band's website, right? Like, I wonder genuinely, apart from like checking tour dates, does anybody go to individual band websites and like, or a video games website? I can't remember the last time I was just like, oh yeah, Hollow Knight sounds like a cool game. I'm gonna go check out the hollowknight.com website for an exclusive screenshot or something, right? Like, we're always getting content filtered or funneled into specific sites, like aggregators essentially. And I saw this like on my YouTube shorts. Funny enough, on my YouTube shorts recently, I've been getting recommendations for, like, I forget what the guy's channel's name is, but he's like, here are some powerful websites that you should know about, and he's accumulated quite a few of those. And I was like, holy shit, it's been a long time since I just like surfed the web. You know, like went and found places that people had created that weren't just these amalgamations of different content from other sources. Not that I'm complaining necessarily, it's just the landscape has changed so dramatically, so fucking fast. You know, I used to go to like Joe Cartoon or even Newgrounds or whatever, or Kill Frog. I don't know if you guys remember any of that shit. But like, or like shockwave.com, that's a fucking deep cut. But like, you would go to places like that, which are similar to YouTube, but oftentimes you would find an animator, and that animator would have a website, and then on that, or even like Happy Tree Friends or something like that, which was a group of people, but still, you would go to their platform. Homestar Runner is a perfect example. Go to their platform to witness their stuff. Can you imagine somebody today like coming out with a Homestar Runner equivalent and not putting it on YouTube, or not putting it on like Instagram or TikTok, just having their own website? Maybe somebody's able to pull it off. But it seems like it was such an intrinsic concept. It was something that was so just a necessary part of our lives, almost like it was written in stone, and now it's just like completely disposable and replaced with something different. Anyway, Naruto. Let's go to the Naruto.com website. Actually, the Naruto website is pretty useful because it's got like access to like links to databooks and stuff like that, right? So anyway, sorry, it says you should see the Sanderson fandom literally saw a guy drinking coffee, stressed out while reading in public because he was so invested. That's all. See, I like that. I mean, I don't like the fact that he was stressed, but that level of investment in media. And even though Silk Song isn't really for me, it's not my favorite, I kind of decided to leave it alone for now. It's been really adorable seeing, I don't mean that condescendingly, genuinely really adorable, like endearing to see the affection that people have for the game's characters and the memes and the art, just like Deltarune and all that. Like, there's a portion of the internet that is really genuinely loving the game, and not like oh my god, this is so cool, this is the most badass thing ever, but genuinely just liking spending time with the characters, and it's inspiring them to create art. Like, one of the people I'm subscribed to, like, immediately put out like a metal cover of one of the songs, and it just becomes like a vector for more creativity. It's really, really cool to see. So let's see. They even play K-pop Demon Hunter songs in pizzerias and at parties. Well, it just shows you how out of touch I am from that. I guess I'm gonna need to add it to the list, huh, to stay in the loop. Although I still haven't. Oh, actually, I did actually take some time to learn something about One Piece, and I did this. I just typed in, like, what was it? One Piece best scene, something like that, to learn a little bit about it. And I watched this, and I have to say, this is really fucking cool. This might be loud. Hang on 1 second. I'll try and mute it. Okay, here we go. Yeah, this animation, like, I have no idea what's happening here, but if we just go, like, just look at how many frames, right, and how many individual, like, how much squish and stretch there is in the face of this one guy. Like, here's one frame, then the side of his face like bends and warps a little bit, and then his cheeks kind of puff out. There's another one. If you go and watch through here, there's so much like crazy, gooey, stretchy, animated expressiveness in just that one character. And then again, like, I am guessing this is a good guy because he's like saving his student or something. Spoilers, I guess. But oh yeah, I'm sorry. This is episode 1114. I don't know what's going on in the story, but if you're concerned about spoilers, wait till the next 5 minutes, I guess. And it's really, really good. Look at this. The animation style kind of reminds me of Gurren Lagann, and I wonder if it shared the same animation studio. But yeah, it's pretty good. I don't see Luffy anywhere, so whenever I see scenes with Luffy, he always seems to be like screeching really loudly, and I find that a little irritating. But that being said, the actual like artistry of the show is really cool, so I might have to check it out at some point. I think Naruto and One Piece have some staying power, says Darth Magog. They don't have the cool underground appeal they used to, very mainstream now, especially since attractive celebrities like them. Yeah, that's a good point. Although I will say, I remember the first time, was it like an MMA fighter or something was doing an interview, and he was like, oh yeah, I love Goku, like I'm inspired by Goku, he's my favorite, or something like that. Maybe it was Trunks. I was like, oh, and then this is gonna sound silly, but Soulja Boy put out that song where he was like, bitch, I look like Goku, I got that Super Saiyan swagger, or whatever, right? And it was like, it was so validating, because here is somebody who, like him or hate him or whatever. Soulja Boy was in the middle of like a big cultural moment, and he was very popular, and everybody was talking about him, and he was like, I guess, had become a quote unquote cool kid. And so to hear a cool kid actively rapping about how he liked Dragon Ball, it was like, wait a minute, there's been some crossover here. This is validating. I feel like we're being seen a little bit more here, right? It's I don't know how else to describe it, but it was just really cool. Not a big fan of Soulja Boy's music or whatever, but still, something about that, like that connection, was nice. And then I think after that, I started seeing more and more of it, and like, it's cool to see. Not as much for Naruto, funny enough, but I guess that makes sense. Naruto feels a little bit more niche. I mean, there's a little bit more going on. Not to say that Dragon Ball is simplistic, or that it doesn't have character development or themes. I mean, it obviously does, but most of what the characters in like Dragon Ball Z, like most of their struggles is just against like their own personal limitations, and against like I don't know, persevering against all odds and stuff like that. I think there's a bit more intricate like internal stuff going on in Naruto, so it's probably like a little bit less mass appeal in that regard. But I don't know, that might be me being prejudiced, I'm not sure. Omniboni says Lego Ninjago did an episode specifically about pirates versus ninjas, with Kai saying he always wondered who would win. Yeah, I mean, not that I want to resurrect this ancient debate. I guess maybe that's part of it. You probably touched on it a little bit, right? Is that it's just like a Naruto or like Dragon Ball debate, like a Crossverse debate. Oh, I'm realizing now that, hang on. Yeah, let me bring this back so people can actually see the chat. It's like a Naruto Crossverse debate, where it is really fun, honestly, to try to think about, okay, here are the characters from this particular universe or this particular archetype. Here are their abilities. Here are their limitations. Let's compare them with others. Because as I was about to say, let's not get into this, I started thinking, well, hang on, like, how would a pirate realistically do against a ninja? And honestly, like, a ninja is a more trained, like, combatant. A pirate is usually less of a proficient swordsman. So, but like, ninjas aren't trained for like naval combat, so they would have to really, they would struggle to actually engage with a pirate in the first place, and then, well, what about like group combat? Like pirates would probably have an advantage in that regard, and it just like starts spiraling out of control. And then when I think we see the same thing happen in like anime debates, obviously, when people start to become attached to, or you invest a certain amount of time and effort and passion and care, etc., into a debate or into a topic that you care a lot about, then when you put your ideas forward, when other people attack your ideas, it feels like they're attacking a part of you, and that leads to you getting like more riled up. I'm skipping ahead. I saw Dr. Strangle. You said galaxy level. I was gonna bring that up because like the technique is called like galaxy impact, and if you look in the background, by the time he gets to around here, you can see like stars and galaxies and stuff like that being represented. Actually, these might all just be entire galaxies, and then he punches like this. I guarantee you that somebody out there is like has a video explaining why like this character beats up the Naruto verse because he's galaxy level or something like that. And I was like, please tell me that that's not a real argument that's being made. I mean, as far as I can tell, it's, I don't know, he blows up a town or he blows up a city. So no, I don't think he's punching with like a galactic force, but I'm pretty sure that's what you're saying, right? Anyway, yeah, I'm gonna jump back up. Batman versus Prep with John with Prep. I would probably be able to bore Batman to death by being like, okay, so it's like I'm, and of course I would start coughing then. But no, I think I'd probably be able to talk Batman down because I feel like I'm usually pretty good at diffusing situations, at least in real life, maybe not so much online. But no, like obviously, like I'm not doing anything to Batman in an actual fight. Thankfully I haven't really been in a lot of fights. I used to do boxing. Like boxing is still my favorite like physical activity, but you know, I never really sparred with anybody apart from somebody like my partner and I previously would like go to the gym and like we would you know, train with each other like that, but never competitively. But yeah, I forget. So I'm gonna give it to Batman. Not even front. So let's see. Darth Magog says, Dr. Strangle, I mean Cardi B is probably getting more traction on liking JJK. Oh, that's right, I forgot about that. And Danny DeVito. You know, one that actually helped, I think, was Bill Burr talking about One Punch Man. That's one that I remembered people getting pretty excited about. Because Bill Burr, you wouldn't necessarily have expected, at least I didn't expect, that he was into that quote-unquote nerd shit, you know? But no, he like... And it wasn't just that he was a fan of it, it's that he understood the emotional aspect of the character. He understood the plight, like, from an emotional standpoint. It's also, like, interesting to hear him talk about other things like Meshuggah, right? Like, he... Apparently he's a big fan of that band and, like, was listening to Bleed and was like, oh, yeah, I understand, like, what they're going for here, which is really cool. Oniwani says, at John, what range would you say the current Naruto generation is? Because I'm 20 and I have a lot of friends with that age who are Naruto heads. Yeah, from what I've seen, like just on servers, going from, you know, like the short timers on Noodle's server to Sage's server to a couple others, like Billy's Playground, and, you know, I don't know everybody personally, obviously, but the vibe that I got was that there are a couple of people here and there between the 12 and 16 age range, and usually when that's the case, like they'll kind of it'll be a known thing that they're younger. Not that people necessarily call it out or make fun of it, but it's just kind of like people will mention it. And then I think most people probably fall within like 18 to 22, 18 to 24. And then there's another kind of chunk that's probably less active in the online scene, that's a bit older, like the folks that kind of like grew up with it, and it was part of their, like they grew up with, like they were reading it as it was coming out, is what I'm trying to say, and they might be a little bit older. But yeah, I think my I don't go looking for this stuff, but at one point I saw on my YouTube like demographic, like it shows you the age ranges of people that watch, and I think the majority are like 18 to 25, and then there's like the next highest range is like 25 to 30 or something like that, 24 to 30, something like that. And then there's a couple like outliers on either end, so that kind of makes sense, right? I bet there are more Naruto fans out there who are older and some who are younger as well, but especially the older ones like are probably not going to be spending their time online talking to people in Discord about it. I don't know how old like Six and Sage are, but I think Six is in his 20s. Not that it's any of my business anyway. I think probably Swag's getting up there. Swag's probably the unk of the community at this point, age-wise. I hope he comes back. I want to see him make more stuff. I was listening to some of his old stuff recently. Let's see. I'd be curious if you think that that's a good assessment, Omni, or if you think the age range is different. What do you think about it? Dr. Strangle says, how dare you imply Cardi B is more attractive than Danny DeVito? I agree. I'm on Team Danny in this regard. Oniwani says, One Piece even more, but the Netflix show definitely renewed interest for One Piece. Oh, yeah, that's a good point. So I know people like hated the Death Note live action Netflix thing. Did people like the One Piece one? Oh, sorry, this is like fucking 10 minutes ago or something, but Dr. Strangle says, yeah, I hopped on that guy's stream near the end. Cool. Yeah, it was fun to listen to. I hope that you enjoyed it. I would definitely like hang out with that person on stream. I would definitely like listen to more of their content. Within the first 10 minutes, I was like, yeah, I like the way that this guy's handling this stuff, so that's cool. Sarah says, also, we're going to... Oh, wait, sorry. Howard says, to be honest, Itachi praising Sasuke for being skillful gets overlooked is wild when we praise Shikamaru who gets over 200 IQ statement. Yeah, that's true. Like, there are... Okay, I'm going to, like, self-report here. You remember that scene... we can go look it up if you want, where... Yeah, actually, like, let's just do that. Because it'd be good to jump around a little bit. Where Temari in the tuning exams, I think it would have been around 96, something like that. Oh yeah, there's that picture. I love that picture. Okay, so now it's a little bit later. I thought that Naruto's fight with Neji came later. I guess, no, Shikamaru's comes after then. Okay. Because, yeah, I remember his fight with Neji being at 100. But, yeah, there's this whole scene with Temari and Shikamaru. And, like, Temari's doing the, like, math homework in order to match up, to figure out, like, the length of the shadows and stuff like that. And, again, I am probably self-reporting by suggesting that I think this is difficult at all. But I would remember as a kid being impressed when I read this and was like, wow, she's doing this in real time? She's like doing math in her head? It's so cool. Yeah, I'm probably just like revealing that I'm just like not good at math at all. But still, you know, like maybe a better example to have showed would have been going back to the paper test earlier in the tuning exams where they're like they get this problem, like if this person throws a kunai at this particular speed at this angle, how long does it take them to hit the target with this amount of wind resistance? But, you know, these are 12-year-old kids, and I guess it's not that weird for 12-year-olds to know how to do, like, geometry or algebra or whatever, but being able to do, like, calculus like that, or some more advanced math, this I wouldn't call calculus, but you know what I mean, like, starting to get up there, starting to get pretty high level, I would think, for kids of this age range, which is all just to say that I think the expectation of shinobi in this universe is that they need to be pretty damn smart, not just in terms of like overall combat potential or whatnot, but they need in like battlefield tactics, but they also need to have peripheral knowledge. Even if they don't understand the numbers of it, they need to be able to understand things like this. They need to understand angles. They need to understand like I don't know how gravity will affect the trajectory of a projectile. Things that we don't necessarily think about when we think of the battles we're caught up in the intensity of it. Or you could, of course, just be Choji. Just like feel like Choji just do whatever, man. Just like hit things real hard. But I guess this is just to say that like Shinobi in general, like the baseline for Shinobi intelligence in this universe is pretty high. So when somebody within that echelon then says, "Oh, this particular Shinobi is a genius," as far as we already probably quite smart Shinobi think, then yeah, they're like, you better acknowledge that, because that's an extremely high bar, so to speak. I hope that made some fucking sense. Yeah. Saria says, also, we're going to be coming back to see the Caroline play again on the 24th of this month, because getting to talk with one of my inspirations about LGBTQIA plus topics is so amazing. Oh, that's great. I hadn't realized that they were. I honestly don't know much about Chloe. I take it that they are either an ally or they're queer themselves, and that connecting with her on that topic was meaningful. I'm really, really glad to hear that. Yeah, I wonder if they have like is there some sort of an online group or anything that you could continue the conversation on, or like, I have no idea whether they're part of like an organization or anything like that. That might be fun to be a part of. But either way, it's really, really cool to hear that you had that experience. Really glad that worked out. Onibomni says it has some problems with their miner. Okay, that's good to know. That's good to hear. Let's see. Aside from research, says Darth Magog, I don't use proper websites anymore. Yeah, I mean, like, I use Google to tell me things. And honestly, I think it's going to decrease even more as AI takes over more and more. You know what I mean? It's just going to be... even now... I mean, so honestly, like, if I were to be like, okay, how tall do thunder clouds get, right? Just type that in. Okay. Which is something we're going to talk about in a second. Honestly, the temptation here is to say that the AI is giving me the answer, and that it's funneling information towards me, and it's kind of like aggregating, and that is what it's doing. But also, this entire time, Google has already been doing that. Like, it hasn't been using a LLM or whatever is powering this, but what it's been doing is when you type something into Google, Google has to trawl through a massive amount of data and then report back to you which pieces of data it thinks is most relevant to your perspective, and also, I guess, more aligned with the sorts of websites that you tend to visit. So we're always like already receiving funneled data, even when we go to quote-unquote open places like Google, which are supposed to be like connection nodes to other sources. The connections that we're seeing are always filtered, right? They are always going to be somewhat biased, because they have to be, otherwise the data set would just be totally random, right? So whether it's like popularity or reliability or whatever other metrics they're using, we're always just getting a slice. I am assuming that there are ways around that. I'm assuming that if you know like how to input like search string logic or whatever, you can get away from those filters. And I would genuinely be curious to see how that changes, if you can like manipulate the incoming data in some way. But otherwise, like, this is what we have. Dr. Strang says, I was too poor for internet access for the longest time, so when I grew up, I was on the tail end of when everything switched from social media for everything. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. And I would be curious, like, was it a big adjustment for you when you were able to kind of get online and spend more time online? Did it take a while to get acclimated? Did it feel like people who had grown up with it or had access to it more had an advantage, or was it like kind of intuitive and easy to just kind of jump into? Because I can imagine like not having the same well, I don't know, like I genuinely wonder if like kids today who grow up in a world where internet is already a thing, if they learn it and like figure it out faster or slower than we did when it was kind of coming out in a slower capacity, right? Like I don't know if that makes any sense, but I feel like eventually it's going to like rewire people's brains, and it's going to be just easy on the uptake. But anyway, let's see. Is Newgrounds still around? Yeah, it's still around. I just looked at it recently, actually. I don't think there's a whole lot going on there, but maybe this is Binding of Isaac stuff. Yeah, okay. So it's still active. There's still people posting. There's a new Salad Fingers. Really? That's crazy. That's awesome. Goku versus Vegeta. Yeah, I wonder if like the new generation are the ones who are contributing to this, or if it's like, mostly previous generation folks who are still like attached to it, if that makes sense. I really have no current investment in the community. I used to check this every day. Like, this used to be my thing. I would watch. I don't even remember what my username was or anything, but ejaculation just joined the crew. Wonderful. I used to have an account, and I would show up like every day, and I would watch like 5 or 10 videos, and I would leave a review, and you got like not karma, whatever it was called, but you would get like points to level up, and then the more points you had, whatever level you got to, your vote had more weight to it. So if you were like a level 1, your vote would count for like 1 point, level 5 for 5 points, or something like that, right? And so I was on there every day grinding up because I wanted to be like one of the vanguards of the community. And I found one of my reviews a little while ago, and I was such a pretentious it was just such an asshole. Like, I wasn't trying to be mean or anything, but I had this attitude of like, somebody would post a video, like of Salad Fingers over here, and I did the same thing that I try to do with the Naruto stuff these days, but I think like completely uninformed, but just unaware of how uninformed I was. So I would be like, yeah, this is a noble effort. You have certainly demonstrated that you have some amount of skill, burgeoning though it is, and if you truly apply yourself, perhaps in a few years you might make actual art. But for the time being, you should know that the proportions of your character are completely unrealistic. All these red lines in the eyes, that's not how eyes look. Have you ever seen an actual eye? Try opening yours. Blam. I was so embarrassed to go back and read that shit. I'm like, oh no. I wanted to like write to those people and be like, I'm sorry, I take back everything I said. I'm just happy you made art. But because like, if it just wasn't cool. Anyway, I doubt that anybody remembers any of that, or like given the fact that the Newgrounds economy, if you're not familiar with it, right, it was sort of like YouTube, and you can upload a video that you made. If you upload a video to the website, and people have I wonder if it's still here. This might be loud, sorry. Yeah, so you notice how it has a score rating out of 5? Right over here, there used to be a place, maybe it still is if you log in, where you can rank it on a 0 to a 5 scale, and a 0 was called a blam. And if you uploaded a video, it had like a day, I think, where it was like under review, and if enough people hit the blam button, it would be deleted and like kicked off of YouTube, kicked off of the platform. And so you would have to get enough good votes to have it stay. And so the whole community was kind of like encourage each other, egg each other on to see who could like blast the shit out of like crappy new incoming stuff. And to be fair, there was a lot of stuff uploaded that was literally just like 4 seconds of a stick figure taking a shit. I'm not joking. Like, every single day, somebody would upload like a little flash video of a stick figure either shooting another stick figure or just like peeing or pooing on the floor, and upload that and be like, now put me on the front page. It's like, no, we needed some kind of a system to weed things out. But at a certain point, it did also kind of encourage this very toxic practice of just like looking for other people's art to shit on, and looking for reasons to tell other people that they were horrible. And then when a video that you blammed got deleted, you felt so vindicated. Oh yes, I purged the awfulness from the internet. And really you were just like, being mean to other people for creating things. So it was one of those, products of its time type things that I think a lot of good stuff has come out of over the years. I mean, like, we don't, I think I just saw one of the Smiling Friends characters here. Like, we don't get Smiling Friends without Newgrounds, right? So, and I fucking love Smiling Friends. So, yeah, I'm glad that it exists, but also, big caveat. Does that answer your question, Darth? Saria says, I go to Zelda website all the time. Same with the Newgrounds, just for nostalgia. Okay, yeah, that's great. I think you sent me some stuff from the Zelda website, and I think it's like websites like that are definitely like useful resources. Like I've been to the Clear Obscure website a few times to get screenshots for thumbnails and stuff like that. But yeah, I think most people will probably, if you go to Steam to check out a new game, you're probably not then going to go to the game's website. Like if I saw Clear Obscure on Steam for the first time I never saw before, it would not even occur to me to go to the Clear Obscure website. I would just go to YouTube and type in Clear Obscure review or something, right? Or like gameplay footage or something. So, let's see. So as I was typing a second, like, yeah. Sorry, as a opponent, that is the power of the dark side. Let's see, Galaxy level for real. Yeah. Garp is personally a good person, but he works for the Nazi of the verse. Oh no. Yeah, I wondered because he, on the one hand, seems to be saving his friend, but also seems to also be happy to just annihilate an entire city, assuming that it's full of evil pirates. I guess that's fine, sort of, but like, didn't seem like he was particularly concerned about the collateral damage. So, Omnibody says Darth Magog, religion for breakfast. Yes, I have seen some of his stuff. I have enjoyed it. Again, he's one of those sort of things where I don't necessarily agree with all of his views, but I like the fact that the way that he approaches things seems fair, and he seems to be focused on just like, I just want to understand things. Can we all just take a break and just try to understand things? It's been a while since I delved into his content, but there was a period where I was like as interested in like learning about and let's say dissecting, for lack of a better word, some religious stuff as I am now about Naruto. I've forgotten a lot of that stuff, but I am an atheist, I guess, even though the term is a little weird sometimes, but I was like an atheist, like I was like a Reddit atheist basically. Like maybe not that intense, like not literally, because I didn't spend a lot of time on Reddit, but I was out there like looking for people to argue with. I would like go on the street if I saw a preacher. I would try and like do street epistemology and shit like that. And so religion for breakfast, along with genetically modified skeptic and cosmic skeptic and folks like that, to a certain extent talk heathen, and to a lesser extent, I mean, like these days, fucking atheist experience is okay, but I mean, Matt Dillahunty and I don't get along, so I appreciate he's actually been very helpful in helping me understand like logic and argumentation, and obviously he's done a great deal of work to try to correct bad ideas, and watching him like mop the stage with Jordan Peterson was hilarious. But like in my limited interactions with him, like we just don't I don't like spending time with him, so just put it that way, digitally specifically. But yeah, anyway, Omnibomni says religion for breakfast. Yeah. Oh, I missed what Bomni was responding to. Darth Magog says, one of these days, Jonathan, maybe we have to discuss how these fandoms are becoming religions. So here's the thing. I asked Mr. Narrative, if you're listening, Mr. Narrative, feel free to chime in on this. I think I asked you. I know I asked somebody in like Billy's server at one point. I was surprised, just surprised, not a it's not like a loaded statement, just genuinely surprised that there were quite a lot of people that I saw in Naruto servers that were very like vocally Christian, and specifically like had profile pictures and icons and stuff being like God is the greatest, or like all glory to God, or something like that. It was specifically like, I know a lot of people in the United States, as an example, are Christian. So it's not weird or anything, but of the online communities that I have been a part of, the Naruto community recently has had the most amount of people for whom Christianity is like a big deal, like a big important thing. And like Sage, no shade or anything, but Sage was like quoting Bible verses when me and Mortified were going at it with each other, right? So that like never happens. And so genuinely very curious to know. And I asked people in Billy's server about it, and I forget the response. I'm really sorry, but I think it was basically like Blanco, I think, was saying that it was that the series did have like good core moral messages about like the way it handles approaching evil and forgiveness and stuff like that that overlap with Christian philosophy. Um, so and like Blanco, if you happen to hear this and you want to correct me, like remind me of what you said. Again, I'm sorry, I kind of forgot because there were a lot of conversations happening. But what I got out of it was that yeah, there are some things about the way Naruto as a character and Naruto as a series portrays like the conflict between good and evil and the notions of faith and things like that that kind of overlap with some of the Christian philosophy. And also, and now I'm entering petty asshole mode, so I acknowledge this, but and also the way that some people approach talking about the fandom also takes on a religious air. And the not to tip my hand too much, the quintessential example of this is the data books. It's this ongoing thing where it's like the data books are true because they are, and we're going to continue to believe that they're true because they were written by the author. And the purpose of them being written by the author was for us to know the truth of the author. And there's no reason to question the truth of the author, so let's not do that. Okay, if there's something wrong with the words, then it's probably just a mistranslation, or it's probably just an outlier, or we can ignore this one because this is the exception that proves the rule. And it's like, it is literally presuppositionalism. It is the non-religious equivalent of presuppositionalism. Not like we've established the axiom, you know, and we've agreed, like, not maybe the axiom's not the right word, but we've established like the credibility baseline, and we have like a solid platform to believe that this stuff is true until proven otherwise. It's just like we are just going to, like, we're going to cling to this, and you're going to have to like pry it from our pry it from our hands to, if you want to prove us wrong, like pry the data book out of my cold dead hands kind of thing. And I really don't want to be crappy, genuinely. I hope I don't sound mean or anything, but I wonder if, like, if you are a person who has grown up with religious thinking, and you grow up like reading the Bible and being told that like the Bible is a source of authority, and you put a lot of faith and trust in that personally, then does that affect the way that you read other books and that you like attach to other like philosophies like that as well? My expectation would be that it would cause more skepticism, right? Because from my experience, it's more like the Bible is the source of truth and authority, and then everything else is like something made by man, and so you should be highly skeptical of it. But I think that's naive of me. I think it's more like, you know, if you grow up at being told that there are these like centralized sources of authority that you can trust in and have faith in, then you can apply that kind of thinking to something like the data book. Again, I hope that I'm not being like weird about it. I really am asking the question as opposed to just making the statement, but it's something I've noticed. It's like, wait, it feels weird to me sometimes that we can't like be more skeptical. But I'm sure you've heard me fucking whine about that before. So anyway, still catching up. Sorry. Sorry says Sony after selling K-pop Demon Hunters to Netflix for cheap. I have nothing. Oh, I didn't know that it was a Sony product. Interesting. All I have left is Spider-Man. Well, and Spider-Man is like, isn't it like shared custody with fucking Marvel or Disney now? Does Sony even own Spider-Man anymore? Sorry I missed that from before. Sorry says, I want to become my own religion, a religion for lesbians. Honestly, I thought about that after the 2016 election. I was like, me and some of my queer friends were like, this is gonna be, things are gonna get bad for queer people, more so in some ways. And so we were actually looking into seeing if there was a way that we could, like, we watched Stephen Colbert on his show. He found a way to make himself essentially like a one-person church, like a one-person religion. It's a little more complicated than that, but he has a segment where he manages to establish his own religion, and then being a religious institution affords you certain protections, including protections against religious discrimination. And so we were like seriously thinking about, okay, is there a way that we can make like a sort of secular religion that will contain certain protections and as part of its charter, and then have that become part of our whatchamacallit, like a way that we use the system to protect people instead of like having them be hurt by the system. And we couldn't really figure out a way to make it work locally in our environment. But I really, really like the idea. I know you're probably joking, but I mean, it might come to that sooner or later, right? Where like we have to make our own systems to protect people with, because, yeah, well, that's a whole other thing. Let me keep going down. Oh wow, I'm like really behind. Sorry guys. Absolute cinema. Yes, Subarus will be required. I like the fact that you can tell where somebody's from by whether or not. Well, like Subaru, like cars like Subarus feel like they have been like adopted by certain regions. Like, you know, if you have a Subaru, you are probably going to be from certain parts of the United States. If you live in certain parts of the United States, you probably have a Subaru. It's just sort of like part of the starter pack, you know. You can get another car later, but you have to start with Subaru. Omni says people like the One Piece live action, both old and new fans. Okay, cool. I'll have to check it out. Maybe it'd be a good way for me to kind of dip my toe into the universe without getting like super invested in the thousands of episodes of the anime, which I don't think I can invest myself that much. Dr. Strangle says the world record for 3 by 3 Rubik's Cubes in 5 seconds set by a 5-year-old. That's true. Sometimes kids do just be crazy. Musical prodigies amongst the youth are like, I am shocked, like genuinely in disbelief when I see the things that kids are able to do on instruments. It just makes no sense, but it's true. Like, I used to really like this cellist, Yo-Yo Ma. I guess I still do. I haven't listened to him in a while. And like he was one of those that just like immediately picked it up, if I remember correctly. Love to know how that works. I'm sure there's been research into it, but I just don't know. Dr. Strangle says the type of cloud Zetsu says it ranges from 500 to 4,000 meters in altitude. Yeah, that makes sense. I think he calls it a cumulonimbus cloud, and I think that is the right term, and that's something we'll talk about in a sec when we start to get into the actual like Kirin stuff. So that's good. I'll probably be doing like quite a bit of of like background googling as well to make sure that I'm on topic or whatever. But yeah. Axel Gray, hey, sorry I've probably kept you waiting there for a few minutes before saying hi. Hope you're doing well. Hope you have had a great weekend. Welcome back. Thank you so much for returning. Darth Magog says Super Mario Brothers Z was my bread. Oh yeah. Did you watch those like stick figure, like was it like Xiao Xiao? Am I saying that right? The like endless gauntlets of stick figure fights, and then the like Madness Apotheosis or whatever. Those were always a lot of fun. And a ton of work, I can only imagine. Dr. Strangle says everyone was poor, so there was no social tension. Okay, that makes sense. Sounds like art. Yeah, if you're talking about the Newground stuff, then yeah. I mean, it's like weaponized art basically. But that's I guess there must be some solidarity in that, right? I can imagine that. I could imagine it might have been like a little alienating. But maybe. Was it helpful to have the solidarity with other people? I don't know if that made sense the way I just phrased that, but hopefully it did. Yeah, the social tension thing. I'm glad to hear that there was a lack of social tension there. That's what I was trying to say. Sorry says it's art. I actually know exactly what you're talking about, and so, hang on a second. Fuck. What's it called? This one? Yeah. This scene here. I'm gonna skip ahead a little bit. But this, growing up in Italy, like, this scene was so, like, perfectly representative.
Hey!
Yeah?
You're right in the middle of the road!
Yeah?
All right.
That's kind of like, I know it's not obviously set in Italy, but that feels like such a an Italian moment from my perspective, because yeah, we will get very irritated if there's like something in our way or annoying us, but usually it's just like very quickly give up and be like, yeah, okay. Oh, hang on a second. Yeah, YouTube. Okay, yes, YouTube immediately sent me a warning about that. Thank you. You're right. It belongs to someone else. Okay. Yes, I have stopped playing back the fucking 144p 10-second Iron Giant clip. I'm sorry. Anyway, but yeah, I love that movie. It's so good. Darth Magog says, I do love that people will spend hours and hours trying to interpret the literal and the metaphor in the Databooks. It's the world's nerdiest theology class. Honestly, yeah, it is. It's been very interesting to see the different ways that people approach the subject matter. And I don't really have a problem with it in principle, because I think, you'll hear me say this a million times, I'm sure. At the end of the day, all we're doing is interpreting art, and we're using different tools and different filters to interpret that art. So however you do it, however you get meaning from it, then that's great. Do whatever you want, right? The only thing that bothers me is that there's sort of a somewhat of an attitude of hostility, and also of misinformation spreading towards like other people. And when I talk to, it doesn't really bother me if like Seth or whoever puts out a video saying blah blah blah, cap cap cap, like here's all this misinformation about Naruto. Not really, in and of itself, it doesn't bother me. But then when I'm talking to some random person, like in a shared chat room or something, and that person is clearly just a Naruto fan, and then like they're arguing with somebody else about Naruto being like multi universal or light speed or whatever, and then you see the fans going at it, and you see people who have just been like misled or had stuff misrepresented to them. That's what pisses me off, because whether it's through apathy or whether it's through just overconfidence or whatever the motivation is, the net result of videos like, I don't know, like one of Noodles' videos is like, I don't know if I can blame him specifically, but Noodles has this video going over like the Raikiri and why the Raikiri and the Chidori are different, and doesn't really explain it good at all and misrepresents it. And then I'm like, okay, whatever, it's just one video. He doesn't understand anything anyway, so who cares? But then I hear Sage make the same arguments, and then I see people in the chat make the same arguments, and then I'm like, okay, so something happened here. I don't know whose fault it is. It doesn't even matter whose fault it is, but somehow everybody walked away, not to be arrogant or whatever, but everybody seems to have walked away with a tilted view of this, and it seems so simple. It's so easy to understand. So what happened, right? And I don't know. It's just like this weird. I think it's like a weird game of telephone, where like one person will tell somebody something else, and that other person tells somebody else, and then it just kind of gets watered down. But then at a certain point, it sticks, and it's like, okay, at this point in the telephone game, everybody just likes this version of it, and we all just kind of attach to that, and that's fine. That's fun, except when it becomes like a catalyst for fighting and misinformation, and then it's just like, the series is actually fun, right? We don't have to beat each other's throats all the time. If I'm gonna put on my like tinfoil hat for a second, maybe this is unfair. Hopefully, it seems reasonable, but I think certain channels, I don't even know specifically if it's Noodles or Seth or whoever else, but I think that there are some channels out there who want that to happen, because as long as people are arguing about the shit, then they're going to go back and forth between the videos and check them out, right? Like, I used to follow like H3 Productions back in the day, or H3HG, whatever, and then when he would have a fight with some other YouTube, and by back in the day, I mean like 10 years ago, I mean like when he was doing like Vape Nation and shit like that, right? Like way before any of this recent political stuff, but before the podcast, and I would, he would get into fights with other people, not fights, but like he would go and like call some other content creator out, and then that creator would go after him, and it would go back and forth, and then he would switch to another one, and then it'd be like, oh, this is so cool, I gotta go watch this other content creator's video to see his perspective. Now I gotta go back to H3 and say, oh, did he lie about that? No, he got that right. We didn't get this one right, And of course, you realize like a couple years later that there's no bad blood between any of them. Like, sure, they probably irritated each other or called each other out or whatever, but the whole reason why they were doing this in the first place was because the traffic, the conflict back and forth was generating traffic. And sometimes that could be genuinely really good. Like, I'm sure both Noodles and Swag, for example, got new subs, like got new viewership after each of their debates, because they would have wanted to have gone and see what the other person had to say and hear it from the horse's mouth. So it's not like an inherently bad thing. But if it ever becomes the primary source, like the primary motivation, if the motivation to stoke the fires of arguments ever supersedes the understanding of the shit itself, it's just unfortunate, because then like the misinformation kind of percolates the system or whatever. Now I'll give you the long version. Dr. Strangle says, I think it's more people obsessed with a fiction book will also be likely to be obsessed with other books, as long as it doesn't threaten the original pre-existing beliefs. I've literally heard from people in Powerscaling that the author has God speech. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, obviously I don't think that the Bible is a source of truth. I don't agree with that. But I understand how that kind of, the inclination. So, actually taking a step back from religion in general and just talking about like the reliable narrator, I think the concept of an unreliable narrator is hard for a lot of people to accept. I talked before about my friend who like at the end of watching like I Am Legend would just like refused to believe that the vampires or whatever the creatures were actually had a civilization and actually could feel things, because at the beginning of the movie Will Smith has some narration where he's like, these things are mindless creatures. And so his way of reconciling Will Smith saying these are mindless creatures with the ending scene, spoilers, sorry, where they are like showing emotion and showing thinking and stuff like that, so that we have a conflict, right? We have two different pieces of data that are conflicting with one another. How do we reconcile those two things? Well, you and I think, would look at that and say, okay, well, clearly we can see these creatures, acting differently than we thought, and Will Smith himself is like observing them and realizing that they're acting differently, and he's kind of going through a whole character arc or whatever. So we are, going along in parallel with Will Smith, and we're having our preconceptions challenged and blah, blah, blah. Like you get it, I'm sure. But for him, that was not acceptable. It was like, it's not like he was being a dick or trying to be stubborn or whatever. He just didn't he was confused with us, because it was like we were breaking the rules almost. Like the author or the narrator, right? The narrator has the power. The narrator said this thing. When you watch a movie and the narrator says a thing, then it's true. And so the shit at the end must be a lie. How do you guys not understand that? This is how movies work, right? It's so, and I don't even think that's necessarily a religious thing, although I do think there's probably like, if you grow up with people telling you to think like that, or if it's just like a part of the way that you see the world, like whatever religion you believe in or whatever system you believe in, if you grow up in a culture that encourages you to regard a certain thing as like a unassailable truth, and you're not like allowed to question it or whatever, I think that, or even maybe you're allowed to question it, but you're kind of reminded at the end of the day, this is always true no matter what type thing, then that can bleed into other things, or just like kind of set your schema, your mental schema. But also, it's not just a religious thing either, right? It's just like we as humans, as creatures, seem to have this inclination. And yeah, I think the unreliable narrator is probably something that people are just resistant to, because it's like, why would the author lie to us? Why would the author not represent their things? Isn't it the purpose of the author to represent something accurately? Why would they be like acting in defiance of their purpose, right? And once you see a couple of examples and it kind of sinks in, then it's like, oh, okay. Like I think, to give people some credit, I think even those people who might struggle with the concept initially, once they see a couple of examples and it just clicks, then okay, and then like it all kind of falls into place, right? But you have to have that initial spark or whatever, that initial like exposure to it, to be able to do so easily. which I think is kind of a privilege when you think about it. So, hey, find a friend and teach them unreliable narrator. That's your homework assignment for next week, everybody. Find somebody who doesn't get unreliable narrator and educate them. Sorry says, at Darth Magog, me when Amaterasu burns as hot as yeah, literally as hot as the sun. Well, here's the thing. I have not actually done the science experiment behind this, but you know, the surface of the sun is maybe not all that hot. Let's see, like, so you could, okay, so five. That's actually, okay, never mind. I thought it was 3,000 Fahrenheit. I don't know where the fuck I got that name from, that idea from. Or the photosphere is 6K. I see. That's probably what I was thinking of. Obviously, it's a lot hotter inside. Okay. So, I'm curious. Like, temperature of magma. Okay. So it's getting close. I forget what the difference between magma and lava is. One is like inside the earth, right? We're doing a little science learning. Lava, okay, so 2200. Okay. But yep, thank you, Google. Magma is molten rock that's found underground, while lava is magma that has been... Okay, gotcha. So, yeah, so there are things on Earth, right, that, like, can get... One second. Now I need to know. Oh, okay, well... that doesn't really count. Okay, I'll do my research on this later. I think that it's probably possible for there to be things on Earth that can heat up like way hotter than like 2000 degrees Fahrenheit, or yeah, and that heat can be sustained and somebody can be like relatively close to it without getting totally fucking like incinerated. So I mean, if people can hang out within a few dozen yards of some lava and be okay in our world, maybe you could argue that a superhuman, like reinforced with chakra shinobi, could also generate something that is up there in temperature, like 2 or 3 times the heat of lava, like the upper heat of lava. I mean, it's not that crazy, right? And then if you go and you look at the temperature of the sun, and you're like, okay, well, one of the parts of the temperature of the sun is 10,000, then you could kind of be like, okay, so that's what they were talking about, right? And then you could find a way to make it work, and you could find a way to make it work that's not completely like douchey or whatever. But yeah, if it's referring to the core, the center of the sun, then yeah, that's stupid. I don't want to say stupid to be insulting to anybody, but it just probably doesn't work. More to the point, how the fuck does anyone in Naruto know how hot the sun is? Like, I was talking about this, or like I saw somebody talking in the comment section, I think, of one of Abstract Section's videos, being like, how do we actually, like, how do Naruto characters diegetically, like, what do they actually know about the universe and the galaxy? Do they know how hot the fucking sun is? Or maybe, just maybe, could it possibly be the case that they were fucking speaking hyperbolically and non-literally? That they were like, oh yeah, it's like, when your friend fucking comes out in the summer with you, like comes out of their house and the AC is broken, and you're going for a walk together, and they say, God, it's hot. God, it's hot as hell in there. You'd be like, really? Oh, how many thousands of degrees Kelvin is your house? Did you measure that? Like, you'd be such an asshole if you did that, right? Like, obviously it's okay to be hyperbolic. So yeah, I'm sure I'm preaching to the choir there. Oh, hey Worm, how's it going? Good to see you. Hope you're having a good week. I'm still catching up on chat, but let me see. Convection doesn't exist in the Naruto universe is my conclusion for Matarasu. I mean, maybe there's like some different rules of the way that heat works, but I personally think it's like, I'm curious if you guys agree with this, or if you think that this is dumb or whatever, but genuinely speaking, just asking the room in general, do you think it's fair to assume that like Naruto characters breathe air, and by air I mean the same ratio of like oxygen, nitrogen, and whatever else, as we do in our universe? Do you think it's safe to assume that the gravitational, like surface gravity, is the same in Naruto, like 9.8 meters per second squared acceleration and all that is the same in Naruto as it is in our universe? I do. I don't feel like defending it right now, but I would be curious to see if you guys think that that stuff needs to be established before we start scaling, or if it's just like a default assumption and we should just adopt that assumption until there's a reason to like dispute it, right? If you start reading a new comic series called, like, I don't know, like Mega Battle Ultra, and in Mega Battle Ultra, characters start like punching and kicking and throwing laser blasts at each other that level cities, do you need to go and figure out if they breathe the same kind of air we do and figure out if they're on the same size planet before you start calculating that stuff? Or do you just assume that it is the case, that they're the same, until you have a reason to doubt it? Just curious. So let's see. Amaro Super. Sorry, it says, me when people use the lore book of Zelda to say Twilight Princess Link can literally hold the fucking Yeah, I think you mentioned that before. Omnibomni says, well, I'm Christian and I don't think that it has an effect on the way that I read things, but then again, I've been told that I'm very analytical since an infant. Well, that's cool. So I would be curious, genuinely, like, feel free to push back on any of the things that I said. I'd be curious to know if you agree with what I said about like why Christian folks like Naruto. Do you kind of see the messages of Christianity, or the things that you like about Christianity, reflected in Naruto? Because I think the way that I phrased the question before might have been a little naive. It might have been something like, there's a lot of like blood and guts and suffering and like evil and stuff in Naruto. So like, do you ever find yourself, you know, like troubled by that, or do you like the way that the characters like deal with those problems? Do they feel like they're aligned with your philosophy or something like that, right? I forget exactly how I phrased it, but I would be curious if you have any other thoughts on that. If you feel like sharing, no pressure, of course. I hope I wasn't like offensive or whatever. I have very strong personal convictions about like my own beliefs and stuff like that. I am not a believer, as I mentioned before, but at the same time, you know, like, I understand there are differences in perspective, and I want everybody here to feel comfortable, and to feel like, you know, you're allowed to disagree with me, obviously. So I hope that comes across. And yeah, also, just to kind of cover my bases, I guess, like, I don't want to imply that Christians are not analytical. Obviously, like, I have known some brilliant people who have been religious, and some stupid people who have been atheists, and everybody in between, right? But I guess what I'm trying to say is that, like, I've been doing a lot of thinking personally, and like talking with some of my friends about how just the media that we were exposed to when we were young, whether it's like on TV or books or religious or secular or whatever, it kind of frames the way that we think about things later in life. And then sometimes we're like, oh yeah, this set me up to understand this better, right? Like, I feel like I had this one teacher who was really annoying at the time, but helped me kind of understand metaphor, and I struggled with it a little bit, but eventually, like, he taught me how to read a book and be like, okay, what just happened in the book? Oh, this person went down the river. Okay, but what actually happened over the what does the river represent? And at first I'd be like, it's a fucking river. Like, why are you asking me this question? But then by the end of the year, I was like, oh, the river is like a border space, a liminal space between life and death, and blah, blah, like, whatever, some percentage stuff like that, right? But like, if that guy hadn't been patient with my, you know, stubborn little kid self and helped me understand that, then I think I would find it much harder to deal with like Naruto discourse now. And there are other things that I've had to unlearn. There are other like habits that I've personally, anyway, found that like learning how to like I would only ever read media like scanning for I'd only ever play video games looking for problems with them, because when I started off in the video games industry, I was a QA tester, and so like it got drilled into my head for 2 years that the way to engage with this type of media was to look for problems, and then like it became harder for me to enjoy playing video games because all I was ever doing was just like scouring for issues, and I had to like fix that about my brain to have fun with shit. So I think that's more my goal, is to just try to understand like what where like how people's experience growing up with whatever paradigm they have affects their current understanding, and the current way that they approach and discuss media with other people. I hope that's fair. I hope that seems reasonable. Let me know if you disagree, if you have any like concerns with that. Always feel free to challenge me on that stuff too. Let's see. Dr. Strangle says it's hierarchical thinking. The narrator is the authority even more so than reality. Yeah, I think that's kind of the point, right? Is that there's an attraction towards some sort of centralized, if not objective, then at least a very robust source of authority, so that if things get ambiguous, you can always point back to this thing, right? And like, not even mentioning Christianity, but just like having faith in and of itself is something that I can sometimes be a little jealous of. Is that I kind of like I have more friends that are Jewish than Christian, just for whatever reason. Just like the places that I happen to have gone, I have made more Jewish friends. But I am sort of jealous of them sometimes, because they have this faith that they can always return to, even if things get ambiguous, even if things are like doubtful or like scary in the world or whatnot. They can return to like this core of belief, and I don't really have that personally. And on the one hand, like can disagree with it philosophically, but I also have to acknowledge that it's kind of cool. It's kind of cool to just have like the center of something that you can like rely on, I guess. And when it comes to the Naruto like reading, again, I'm not sure at all that this is on the what do you call it? That this is what's happening. This could be me just like projecting egregiously for all I know. But I genuinely wonder if part of the reason why people come back to the Databooks is from a similar place. Is that, you know, there is it's hard and uncomfortable and sometimes really frustrating and fucking annoying to spend a lot of time doing something and then not get a solid answer out of it, or not get something solid out of it. Like, there are sections of this manga that I've read over and over again, and I still don't really understand or think that there's a good answer for. And I would much rather be wrong sometimes and just like find out that I was a complete idiot about something, because at least I know now that I was wrong and now I can move on, than to just like put in all that effort and get nothing out of it. Now, I say nothing with a big asterisk that you can't see because I'm waving my hands in the air, but like I say nothing. I don't think it's nothing, because we're like, when you invest yourself in a project for a long time, you wind up learning things. You wind up, feeling like getting something out of that process. But if I were trying to like figure out, for example, whether Killer Bee or or fucking Kisa, I don't know, Killer Bee or Kakazu would win in a fight, just to pick some random shit. Or like Killer Bee and Guy, for example, might be a better matchup, right? Killer Bee and Guy, which one of them would win in a fight? And I went back and forth, and I studied for months, and I reread the chapters, and I watched the anime and everything, and then I came to the conclusion that it was like, I have no idea. There's not enough evidence here. I just don't get it. I don't know. It's kind of frustrating, right? It kind of sucks. But if I can fall back on the fact that, like, well, the databook says that Killer Bee is a perfect Jinchuriki, and perfect Jinchurikis are the strongest in blah, 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 right? And then I can kind of build from there. Then it's like, all of the ambiguity, all of the multiple interpretations can all be resolved and consolidated, because, yeah, there is some ambiguity. There are multiple ways to interpret it. Yes, there are some contradictory pieces of information, but this is verbatim stated. This right here is grounded. This is something that we can hold on to. And there is something very like reassuring about that probably has nothing to do with religion specifically. It's probably literally just like a human drive. and something that I experience all the time. But the question is then, okay, well, how do we break free of that if we want to? Something that we find fun. How do we get ourselves out of that to be able to understand the shit better? How do we become comfortable with the, well, I don't fucking know. Like sometimes the only actual answer that we have that is intellectually honest is just I don't fucking know. And I need more info and I need to like study this shit more, right? Sometimes that's all we can really say in all honesty because that's the only info we have available. And that's okay. Like it's fine. But it's also really fucking frustrating. So, like, I get it. Okay. Stop asking interesting questions and making thought-provoking comments. Actually, no, don't stop. Just to be clear. Let's see. Convection. What? Oops, accidentally said that. What? Oh, yeah, no worries about that, Worm. What about years? How do Naruto characters calculate years? I just assume, Worm, that it's the same amount of, like, rotation around the world. Like the Earth rotates on its axis the same rate, and the planet itself goes around the sun at the same rate as ours does. Because I haven't seen a reason to doubt that, and I'm just choosing to like have that be my preconceived notion. But it could be like that's a choice, right? That is a presuppositionalist choice in a way, and it could definitely be disputed. I'm just like, I think what it is, would this be an inductive argument? Is that the right term for it? It's like I look for how many similarities there are in the Naruto universe to our own universe, and what I see is like, okay, characters wear clothing, characters are human, like characters have this particular posture, like or whatnot, like they resemble humanoids anyway. They live in houses, like that implies a certain amount about like the day and the night cycle and need for shelter. They eat food. We can see wind moving in trees. We see trees that look like trees in our universe, right? So just to pick one of those things, if you see a tree, you can probably, and it's green, like the ones we're seeing on panel here, you can probably assume that the tree is made of, that the tree leaves have chlorophyll in them, and that means that they photosynthesize, and then that means that the temperature of the sun must be adequate enough for that to happen, and that the soil must be rich enough for the tree to draw nutrients from the soil, and there must be a water source nearby. As long as the author has based the tree on a real world tree, or has done some other equivalent world building, is my hypothesis, right? Like if I'm just curious about this, I'm just wondering, is this tree like a tree in our real world? Okay, well, either usually the two hypotheses I think of are either yes it is and we can look for context clues like the ones I mentioned, or no it's not and the author has another reason for why it's not and we'll find that out at some point. Or the author just doesn't know or doesn't care and just wanted to draw like a fucking lumpy green thing. And sometimes each of those three answers could be the right answer. So I guess it's just a matter of I think it's totally fine personally, and this is what I usually do, to assume that any given story takes place like on Earth with regular conditions unless it's deviated from, because like, feel free to challenge me on this, but the vast majority of books out there, I think, take place, books and manga and everything, take place either on Earth or on an Earth-like planet with humans or human-like characters that follow similar notions to humans, and when that is the same rules, same universe rules, and when that's not the case, it tends to be called out. Like, think about it this way: if you and I were to be sitting around and talking about like, tell me a story, and I said, okay, so there's this kid called Jack, and he like is really good with swords, and he can jump really high and shoot lasers out of his eyes, and he's also really good at making bread, and he's a great baker. You would probably assume that I was talking about a, like, you know, human being, but I could reveal at the end that Jack was actually like a weird mutant spider type thing, right? But the default assumption is probably going to be this is a person we're talking about, and not just because because of the things that the person is doing and is capable of in the context of the story, right? Like, would you think of a giant mutant spider like baking bread? Probably not, but it could be. Anyway, I've spent too much time on this point, but like, yeah. Do you agree with that? I'd be curious. Worm says, because we got crazy, oh, here we go, yeah, we got crazy helps for Naruto's planet. Yeah. So I think you were in at least one of the Naruto planet streams before, right? Like, did you have thoughts on the overall size of the planet? Were you kind of comfortable with the conclusions we came to there? I'd be curious if you agree or disagree. I know, like, I was responding to a video in case you missed part of it, by Sage of Thick Calves, and talking about like he said that we might be able to get the size of the Naruto planet up to like the distance or the diameter of the planet. I think it was equivalent to the distance between our Earth and our Sun, and I'm like, no. I very strongly disagree with that, but yeah. Darth Magog says, oh, related, it's not about the temperature, it's mostly if it's combustible. Ah, I see. Magma and lava aren't, but Amaterasu is combustible, presumably. That's a very good point. Honestly, I don't know anything about, like, thermodynamics, so if anybody wants to chime in about any of that stuff and, like, correct me or fill me in, please always feel free. What I was trying to get at, and hopefully this was fair, is that I think it is technically, like, to me, the idea. So you remember told you guys about that simulation of like let me just look this up real quick. Grain of sand hits Earth at light speed, something like that. I think it was using the same simulation software that I was using before, right? Again, this might be loud, so apologies. Oh, I think it's okay. On mute. All right, so this is using the same sim that we were using last week. Basically what they're doing here is they are setting a small, like a tiny piece of sand, like a particle that is equivalent in mass to a piece of sand, and then they are accelerating it at the speed of nearly light, like 99.99% the speed of light. And that one little tiny piece of sand, the impact of it against the Earth is enough to wipe out, it's not vaporizing the planet or anything like that, but it's enough to catastrophically affect the Earth, and you can see this happening. And I would encourage you to look it up yourselves into, like, there's a bunch of different channels that do things like this, but yeah, it's an extremely catastrophic event, even something of this size. So I feel like when you think about the amount of energy that's released by, like, if you could take a baseball sized chunk out of the center of the sun and like hold it in your hand, and it would, or like drop it out of a plane or something like that, and that would be like there would just be a sphere somewhere on Earth, and that sphere would be as hot as the center of the sun, and that sphere would last for 10 seconds and then disappear. What would be the damage that sphere would do? What would it do to the atmosphere? What would it do to the ground if it were on the ground? Would it like blast through it? Would it cause like a massive explosion or something like that? And so intuitively, it's hard for me to believe that like a fireball that is 10,000 degrees Fahrenheit would be insupportable in the Naruto universe. Based on what teeny little bit I understand about thermodynamics and how hot things can get on Earth, I don't see why there couldn't be something in the Naruto universe that can exist for a little while at like 10,000 degrees Fahrenheit. 1,000,000 degrees, I'm much more skeptical of that. And of course, this is just intuition, it's not evidence-based, right? But yeah, that's kind of what I was trying to get at. Hopefully that came across clearly. Let me know what you think. Worm says maybe Mr. Bean beats Goku because the gravity on Mr. Bean's planet is 3 trillion times stronger than in Dragon Ball. That might work. That might actually work. Who knows? I think it's challenging to apply like the like a 2 inverse physics to our world or to worlds like Naruto and stuff like that. But yeah, I mean, that's part of the fun of it, right? Is when you have somebody that has like such crazy feats. I don't know if what you just said was true, but if it is, then yeah. If we take it literally, if we take it literally, what this would mean is that Mr. Bean would have like an extremely high level of physical strength and durability and like internal organ strength or whatever on Earth, and would also be able to like jump really, really high. But think of Mr. Bean living on his home planet. Let's just imagine that he lived there for his whole life in 1 trillion times of Earth's gravity or whatever, and then he was suddenly teleported to the Earth. You would think, oh, he should be able to move super, super fast, because now when he moves his, does a normal body motion, then he'll like zoom off into the stratosphere, basically, right? But that's the point, is that he won't necessarily know how to control that shit. kind of like when Naruto gets access to KCM1, or if you're into the Halo universe, I've been reading some of the Halo novels recently, then like when Master Chief gets access to the Mjolnir armor the first time, or not even Master Chief, some of the other like Spartan candidates or whatever, they so if you're not familiar, fuck, we're talking about Halo now. So if you're not familiar with like the Halo universe, the Master Chief is a Spartan, and the Spartans are like super soldiers that are like biologically and enhanced and stuff like that. They have like modifications made to them, and some of the early people who tried to become Spartans, they received their enhancements, and then the first test that they had to do is basically like reach up and like extend their arm outward. Right, so imagine Naruto just got access to KCM1, and like he went to sleep and he woke up and now he had KCM1, whereas he didn't before. And so Killer B says, okay, Naruto, can you like just like raise your finger up and touch your nose, the tip of your nose with your finger? And he does so, but he's so unaware of how fast he's moving that his hand actually moves so fast that it punches through his own head and kills him before he realizes what happens. That's essentially what happened to some of the initial like Spartan, like some of the Spartan candidates that were part of like the Master Chief's class, is that they got the augmentations and then they tried to literally just move and breathe and turn around and look around, and they could not control the force that they had been given, and basically just kind of like broke themselves to death. It's actually the lore of some of the stuff behind the scenes in Halo is actually really fucked up. But yeah, it's probably going to be something like that, right? And I know you're probably joking about Mr. Bean, but this, of course, like all connects to how we talk about power scaling shit in general, which is that we it's fine and well and good for any given character to get a power boost or be able to do something under a certain circumstance, but how does that circumstance that they got that ability in, they perform that feat in, like apply to the context of whatever fight they're having, right? Because yeah, Mr. Bean can survive with that amount of pressure on him, maybe even thrive, but can he use that practically in a given context? I'm gonna keep catching up on chat. Hey, Mr. Narrative, just gonna take a second to say hello. Hope you're doing well. Thank you so much for stopping by. I'm doing good. This is kind of a chill hangout stream. We're gonna talk about Kirin at some point, I think, but we're also just kind of like catching up and chatting and talking about random stuff. So everything's going well. Hope that everything's going well on your end as well. So let's see. Just because I saw it, Dr. Strangle, I'll answer this question right now. What do you think about a Spartan 2 versus Space Marine? I'm not as in depth on the lore of the like the Astartes and whatnot, and the like Warhammer 40k universe, but from what I've seen, like the weaponry, at least like the bolt guns and shit like that the 40k Space Marines have access to, are just like a tier of much higher like advancement in terms of technological power. And like John 117, like 117, is an enhanced human, but he's still, you know, still a human being, right? Like he is, well, I mean, like this is sort of a plot point that comes up, like at what point does he stop being human and become something else? Is he really human? Is he a new species? Blah blah blah. Like some of the books tackle that stuff, but at the end of the day, like he is much faster than your average human and much stronger and much more durable and able to handle like much more complex combat situations than your average human. But at the same time, I feel like the Space Marines, like the level of zealotry that they have, the level of like fusion with their armor, the amount of biological augmentation that they have, and their genetic augmentation as well, is just so much more than what the Master Chief has, or that a Spartan 2 would have. And also, yeah, like the Spartans have some access to some pretty crazy shit. Like some of the Covenant weaponry is crazy, as well as shit like the Spartan laser, like the fuel rod guns and stuff like that. But I mean, even the basic bolt gun, or bolter, the way that I've seen it described in some of the books is like, this thing is like far beyond certainly like the MA5C or whatever, or B or whatever, or like, you know, oh, Master Chief has a shotgun, cool, good luck, you know. I feel like if Master Chief got to show up rocking like a Covenant Elite energy sword or something with some durability negation, or like armor piercing or whatever, then that would be a different story. And if he had access to like if he had prep time, if he was allowed to do some of his crazy maneuvering, like just in terms of his intellect and his improvisation, I think he has the edge. Like a Space Marine is more of a tank and has more powerful armor and weaponry, but depending on which one you're talking about, obviously Master Chief would probably have the edge in terms of like tactics and innovation. Anyway, got a lot to catch up on here, but that's a fun question. I want to learn more about that. Mr. Narrative, yeah, I did see. I don't think that it's that maybe this is the right place to talk about that. If you want to chat about it on Discord, though, feel free to hit me up. Yeah, I'll just suffice to say that I am deeply saddened by the hostility and anger that continues to be a part of our country, and I hope that we can like reconcile soon. Like we need to heal as a society, and yeah, I want to see that happening. That's all I'll say for now. Omni says, all right, I need to go to sleep mode now. Goodbye, friends. Oh, goodbye, Omni. Thank you so much for stopping by. I hope you have a great night. Be safe, have fun. At Darth, he says, would be really interested in hearing the mannerism the sect you grew up in had adopted, but I understand if that is something you would not be comfortable talking about. Yeah, that's very nicely phrased. Magog says, a long story. I've got tons of videos on it, but rest well. Yeah, good night to you as well, Omni. Thank you so much for stopping by, and take care. I still have quite a bit of catching up to do. Thank you with your patience. Thank you for your patience with my like pacing with the video and everything. Let's see. Dr. Strangle says it's 9.9 meters a second. It could be. I mean, like, here's the thing. If you feel like there's a reason to believe that, and you have a calc for it, like, I would genuinely be curious to see it, because I've never actually tried to calc the rate of. This actually kind of reminds me of something. We talked about this before, but like, so I'm stealing this from Six, one of his videos, where I think it might have even been the Lightspeed video, I forget, but like he pointed out that when Jiraiya first enters Sage mode, he is on this wall over here. We talked about this like a few months ago, I think, but whatever. He's on this wall over here, and he's looking at Pain, and then he leaps off of the wall. Actually, I'm sorry, it was the previous chapter? Yeah. And so when he leaps, come on. Yeah, here we go. Okay, so this is chapter 377, right? So he's on the wall, and then he plops his shoe off, and then like Shreks onto the wall. And now he's on the wall looking forward, and then dashes forward and manages to hit, like get within range of the Predapath before his shoe hits the ground. And this is one of those weird instances where, of course, you could dispute the fact that maybe he doesn't like launch immediately, right? But if you read out the amount of time it says, let's check it out up close, and just use that as a metric, right? Like you can even say it slowly if you want to. Then you use the height that Jiraiya is off of the wall. Like you can maybe do like an angle calc or whatnot, or like try to get the size of this, like how tall this pipe is, and then get distance to the Predapath over here, and get Jiraiya's. Well, I guess you wouldn't even need to do that. You just get Jiraiya's height, and then get the angle here. Figure that out. Anyway, then you can use this to actually determine how fast Jiraiya is going here, and then you can use that to get a baseline metric for the Predapath's reaction speed as well. Of course, that's all assuming that the shoe falls, or it's not the right term for it, but this sandal falls specifically at 9.8 meters per second squared. And I've seen people do that. And I actually really like that, because that's, obviously it doesn't answer your question, unfortunately, of whether or not the acceleration due to gravity is the same in Naruto as it is in our universe. It doesn't give us any data about that. But if we were to make that assumption, then it does give us like a real in-universe physics-based thing that we can then use for some like real calcing, which is cool. And props to Six for pointing that out, or props to whoever pointed it out that was then included in Six's video. I don't know, but yeah, credit where credit is due for sure. Let's see. Temperature 9.9. It was really weird in chapter 678 when Naruto died for our sins. That's a good point. I have heard him referred to as like anime Jesus, but then he kind of gets brought back by anime Jesus as well. So it's kind of a good point. Omnibomni says, well, I think Naruto's Talk no Jutsu approach is very appealing to Christians. Yeah, for sure. The whole idea of people being on a bad path and getting back from that is a key Bible storyline. I really like that. Yeah, I really agree with that. And I wish that's, Talk no Jutsu as being a solution to a disagreement or conflict with somebody else. Like, genuinely trying to empathize with the pain that they are going through and find a way to resolve them instead of just smiting them down, so to speak. Like, yeah, I wish that were something that were more common and more commonly celebrated. I know I have a homework assignment to see the new Superman movie. I've been bad about actually getting to the theater, but I understand that that's kind of a theme in the new Superman movie as well. And I also, this could be conjecture, but I think there's also a general like approval of Superman in the Christian community as well, right? He's one of those characters out of all the characters from comics that I've heard like Christian friends of mine like celebrate more so than others. Maybe that's again like small sample size bias or whatever, but yeah, I can definitely see that, like that kind of kindness and understanding and forgiveness, right? Like forgiveness. Naruto like forgives pain. Naruto forgives Obito. So I think that would probably be a big thing too, right? Dr. Strangle says, it sounds like you have a pretty good sociological imagination. Well, thank you. I think that's a compliment. I appreciate the compliment. Obviously, I don't, I'm doing a lot of speculation in an attempt to sort out my own thoughts. So please take everything I'm saying with a grain of salt, which I'm sure, like, knowing you already do, which is good. It's a good thing. But, I hope that the imagination is like constructive, in other words. Omni, and that they change by being talked to, but the whole is there. Oh yeah, sorry, Omni's gone, so I don't know if you'll hear this, but maybe I'll message you later to let you know that I do appreciate the responses. But Omni said, but the whole there is blood and violence and it's so bad sentiment doesn't apply to most Christians below the age of 40, at least over here in Denmark. Oh yeah, so and I can like mention this in DMs as well in case you don't hear this, Omni. But yeah, I grew up in a I was in Italy, and so both being like having an American family in Italy and also like being in a Catholic country, I lived through a period of time where there was a lot of censorship and a lot of, I guess I would say, like very aggressive. If this has anything in it that could be misconstrued as anti-Christian or like secular corruption, then it's bad and we should get rid of it. Obviously, that wasn't unique to just like my life experience. It was something that was experienced by a lot of people. I certainly don't think that there's anything anti-Christian in Naruto, but then again, there wasn't anything anti-Christian in Pokemon, and like Pokemon got banned at my school because somebody was like, well, you're fighting the Pokemon, and then Christian, like certain Catholic people in my community were like, that fighting is not very Christian, which, I'll leave that up to you to see if you agree or disagree with. But I mean, yeah, certainly we should be teaching kids about peace and empathy and understanding. And when you think about the fact that Ash is going around the countryside basically like enslaving animals and make them beat the shit out of each other for no particular reason, it is kind of fucked up. But also, like, it's okay for kids to like, the real reason why kids, to my recollection, loved Pokemon, the real reason why I loved Pokemon was because of the bond that you formed with your Pokemon. It was almost like sort of dehumanizing / depersonizing any opponent, which it's a little problematic, I guess. But the point of it was, you as a player, you as a person, were making a connection, a unique bond of friendship with these creatures that only you could make that connection with. And other people would have theirs too, but yours were yours. Like, this is my Pikachu. There are many like it, but this one is mine. With my Pikachu, I am nothing. Without me, my Pikachu is nothing. That was basically like legit. Like, that was basically the sentiment. And it was something that was really cool. And that had nothing to do with like any kind of anti-Christian. Like, kids who were into that shit didn't know one way or another whether or not it was affiliated with a religion. It was just like cute animals. It was, you had a virtual excuse to spend time with the digital equivalent of a cute animal. That's what it was about, right? So that's kind of where I was coming from with that. Obviously, it seems a little silly now in retrospect, but yeah. Darth Magog says, Omnibomni, very interesting because the sect of Christianity I grew up in was really obsessed with violent being bad. Oh yeah, you kind of preempted me a little bit there. Though ironically, Naruto was popular in your Kingdom Hall. I'm fascinated by that. Can you tell me more about that? What was it? Yeah, I would be curious to know, like, amongst the people who read it, what drew them to it. But then also, the authority figures at the time. I'm assuming that the people who read it were younger, and the authority figures were maybe a bit older. If that's the case, did the authority figures ever like turn a skeptical eye towards it and pick it up and be like, "Well, what is this that you're so interested in?" And like, if so, then what was the process by which they approved, or at least like thought, okay, well, this is innocuous enough, like I'll just like leave this alone and not bother the kids, right? Very curious, because I recall like when I was interested in South Park, like back when I like listened to what people told me to do, I like started to get interested in South Park, and I was like, well, now I gotta go clear this with my mom. And we got like, I didn't want to show her the show itself at first because I know she wouldn't like it, so I just played her the CD of like the songs, because I'm like, okay, if I can say to her, this was kind of shitty of me honestly, but I was like, okay, this is South Park, because it says South Park on the title. So if she approves of South Park, namely the CD, then that means I can watch the show. And I played it, and like the first song I think on the album was like Kyle's Mom's a Bitch, and the second one was Suck on My Chocolate Salty Balls. And I remember being there like, no, you see, Chef actually like makes these candies, and it's just, he's just talking about the candy. And she like just sort of slowly turns over to me and be like, yeah, huh, did you really think this was gonna work? So now I'm imagining like what it would be like if they picked up the it's like, hey, what are you reading there, like little Magog, and you hold it up and you're like, oh, it's a great story, it's about friendship and adventure and about exciting like travel to exotic locations, and it's really about positivity and empathy. And they pick it up and they open it up to like harem no jutsu or something. It'd be a little bit awkward. But yeah, I think I missed something from Saria, but I'm kind of catching up still. Thank you again for all the great questions and all the great conversation. Omni says they changed by being talked to. Oh yeah, we went over that. Jesus himself said, "I bring not peace but the sword." I think, yeah, I do remember him saying that he said some stuff that was quite nice and quite engendering of compassion, and then there was other parts of him that was a bit more cursive. Like, pretty sure he was like encouraging the sentiment of love nobody else but me, or like, didn't he say something about you can love other things, but none of the love you will ever receive is like as good as the love you'll get from me and from God, so just remember that, like always put me first, like stuff like that was a little I don't know about that. Darth Magog, I think the country you live in, the whole effect from culture has a big effect on Christian sects. Like most Christian people in Denmark are very ashamed of the USA megachurches. Oh, interesting. Yeah, so it might be very, very different. I know Omni's gone, but like, yeah, it's probably very, very different over there. So I'm reading these out of order. Darth Magog says, I too choose to believe that Mr. Bean solos Goku. Yes, I'm totally fine with that. You could just imagine Mr. Bean walking up to him with like, oh, you're approaching me. Darth Magog says it can exist at 1,000 or 10,000 degrees. I would just set the atmosphere on fire and kill everyone. Okay, yeah, I was wondering about that. I need to learn more about this, but thanks for letting me know. Omni says, feel like that crossover might be even bigger. Interested in knowing what mannerisms they've adopted. Also, it seems to be like Naruto among Christians. Would you agree that it's... Yeah, okay, cool. Thank you for responding. I'm sorry that I like didn't get to all your questions before you left, Omni. Worm says, I think it did pop into stream for a bit. I actually unfortunately did not see your conclusions. Do you mind giving a quick summary? Yeah, sure. I just want to make sure that because I saw Darth Magog said, oh buddy, and hug, and I want to make sure that I see what that was about. Saria said, talking about religion while Sasuke stares into my soul with you. Oh shit. Yeah, I'm sorry. On the screen it's like the ultimate LGBT experience. It's like real life in a way. Well, here, will this help? You can look at Jiraiya's foot instead. His foot with plop. You can watch his foot plop instead. I'm sorry, I didn't realize that was going on. But yeah, I mean, like, believe me, I've been there, and you know, it's that I mean that's part of the reason why I left the Sage's server. It's because like look, I don't think that Sage is a bad person or that he means bad, and even people like Sparks or whoever the fuck posted that meme, I don't think that they genuinely meant to hurt anybody by it. But like when you spend enough time with that kind of sentiment coming your way, and then you like from people who genuinely mean it, like people who genuinely want you to disappear, like genuinely want to do you harm, and you spend enough time around that, the little kind of callous, apathetic reminders of it, it's like, okay, now you're not genuinely filled with hatred, but you're not fucking helping either. And I don't, I don't need to be doing extra emotional work to allow for you to continue to be acting like this, Sorry, you've already heard me talk about this, so I won't, like, take up too much time, but yeah, I hope you feel a little validated by that. I definitely share your frustrations. Okay, Worm, sorry it took me so long to get to your questions. Yes, I will gladly summarize things. Also, feel free to check out the first, I'm sorry I didn't put the timestamps on it, but the last video that I did, the part 3 of the geography series, the first section of that, so whenever I stop doing the Q&A and just have like the actual like overview of the topic thing, that section is basically a summary. Like the first hour or so of that stream, of the official part of the stream, so to speak, is a summary of everything we went over. But really quick, take 5 minutes and go over it really quick. Sage made a video called Naruto Geography Explained. In that video, he argued that we could use horses as a metric to determine the size of the Naruto universe. And his perspective was that since in one of the novels it says like a horse can travel, or like shinobi are faster than horses, and more tenacious than camels, etc., etc. That is in Gara Hiden, I think, is where the quote comes from. That if we look at the speed of a horse and then we look at, we assume that a shinobi can travel at that speed, and then we look at how long it takes a shinobi to get somewhere, then we can get a sense of how big the Naruto universe is. So one of the things is that, like in Kakashi Retsuden, the novel, Kakashi travels to a place called Redaku, which is like way up here. Presumably, it's somewhere like north of the Stone Village, like in the Land of Earth. And it said that it takes Kakashi 30 days to get there. And basically, it's like you if you take the speed of a horse, like 30 to 40 miles an hour at a gallop or whatever, and then you apply that, you say the horse can travel for 12 hours a day, the horse can travel something like 360 miles a day, as long as Kakashi can travel that fast, then he does that, and so he travels like 360 times, whatever the math was exactly, he got it up to 172,000 miles, and basically if like from here to here is 172,000 miles, then the entire Naruto universe is much bigger. Naruto world is even bigger than that, right? Because this is just a part of it. And then he went on to say that, like, that's just assuming that they go as fast as horses, but, like, we know that Naruto characters can go much, much faster than that, and so it's probably, like, much, much bigger. And maybe even if you think that these characters are traveling at the speed of light, like Kakashi, maybe the Naruto world is, like, actually the distance between the sun and the earth in circumference or diameter, whatever it was. My problem with that was that the horse math I didn't think was correct, because horses can't actually travel like that. So if a character in Naruto says like, hey, it takes me 3 days to get from like Konoha to I don't know, the fucking Suna, like on a horse, right? And you have to take into account the fact that the horse has to stop and eat and shit, and and shit, yes, and like drink water and stuff like that. The horse cannot ride at a gallop for more than a few minutes at a time, and it can only gallop for a few minutes at like breakneck speed, a couple of times a day before it starts to get exhausted. The greatest equestrians in our time, like the Mongols, or even like stuff like the Pony Express, which I think Dr. Strangle mentioned, really could not do what Sage was describing. Horses just don't work like that. So the whole point of the stream was that we went through a whole bunch of references from Kakashi Retsuden. We looked over some of the stuff from the Naruto, the Sasuke Heavenly Stardust, or whatever the hell it's called. where he goes to Retiku as well. We looked at some statements from Boruto about like characters riding on trains. We looked through the Land of Waves. We looked through Shippuden, and we looked for instances where characters are traveling long distances. Like here's like Yamato and Naruto traveling 5 days to get from Konoha to the Tenchi Bridge and all that. And so basically tried to create a series of measurements and yardsticks to figure out how to calibrate how far away from things from places things are. So last thing I'll mention is like the Land of Waves. Like if you are trying to figure out how far away the Land of Waves is from Konoha, it's kind of hard because we don't have like a precise measurement. But if you think about like the fact that Tazuna is kind of like an old chubby dude who's drunk, and he's not going to be like, sprinting around, and he probably doesn't want to be in the road for super long because he's going to be like potentially attacked, and obviously there's shit going on in his homeland. He needs to get back there as fast as possible. It's probably not going to take him more than a few days to get there, right? Even with his escort. So, okay, what does that mean for the distance between Konoha and the Land of Waves? Well, it means that it can't be more than a few days at like fat, slow, drunk man travel pace, so that this distance is like what, maybe 50, 100, 200 miles. How far do you think Tazuna can get in that amount of time? And then if this amount of distance is, if like this space on the map is that amount of distance, then what about this? Well, it takes Yamato and them 5 days to get from here to here, right, in order to go meet up at the Tenchi Bridge. But also, Yamato and them, like, they stop and like sleep at a hotel, and like Sakura sleeps there overnight, and then the next day they make this like onsen or whatever in order for them to sleep at. So basically, to summarize, like Sage's position was that we can use like horse math, and we can use these metrics to scale the size of the Naruto world planet, because you know, horse go this fast, shinobi go faster, shinobi go over this amount of distance over this period of time, therefore this is how far this distance is. But there's so many factors, there's so many assumptions, there's so many confounding variables, that when you take a single piece of evidence like that out of context, yeah, you can make the math work, or like seem to work on the surface, but if you put it into the context of everything else, like if from here to here is whatever it was, 17,000, I think it was 172,000 miles from here to here, then that means that this is 20,000 miles. We pulled up another app, and we were like doing the pixel calc for it, and so this is something like 20 or 30,000 miles, something like that. And if that's the case, then that means Tazuna like walked on his own 20,000 miles over to Konoha, and then got together with Team Kakashi, and then walked 20,000 miles back. Like, really, does that really make sense? So my goal with those streams was not to say like, here's a precise numerical calc of the planet. I'm not capable of doing that. I don't really know math all that well. Mine was more to say like, when you're trying to evaluate something like this, please just like take multiple things into account. Don't just use one equation or one statement or one fact or whatever. Put those things into context and make sure that they're adding up in the overall picture. I hope that answers your question overall. If you only have time to watch one of those streams, I would say go to the third one, the last episode, and then just skip through the Q&A, which I'm going to look at my time codes here. I wrote these down and to actually put them into the fucking video. But I think at the 1 hour, 11 minutes and 30... I think it's at the 1 minute and 20... 1 hour... Sorry, fuck. 1 hour, 20 minute mark. I think that's when I start talking about it, and the actually talking about the topic, and the first hour or so is just a recap of basically everything I said, just more detail, and I actually show that other app where I do the pixel calcs, and then like the later in the show we start diverging a little bit. So in the show, in the episode. Sorry. Okay. So let's just see. How do they mark years? They don't seem to have an AD or something. I think. So this is something that you might remember from the multiversal streams or whatever. They do, well, actually, you know, the Naruto hand signs are all based off of the constellations, right? So these constellations, the names of all of them, are based off of zodiac signs. And as a result, I think it's probably safe to assume that in Naruto, there are some sort of celestial entities that are like zodiac signs. That doesn't necessarily mean that like every single celestial body is exactly the same or whatever. Like, we can dispute that, but it does mean that there is apparently a precedent for there being like some like star formations or something like that that are based on the same that we have in our universe. And in fact, when we first see Toneri in Boruto, he's looking at the moon, and we see that comet pass in front of the moon, and he says, if I remember correctly, he says, Kishuku ni hokiboshi ga haita, which means the comet or shooting star has passed through or has entered the constellation of the ghost. Kishuku is constellation of the ghost. And that gets translated to Cancer in the U.S. constellations, and that's fair because Western constellation of Cancer is basically analogous to the Chinese ghost constellation. There are more Chinese zodiac constellations. There's more complicated than the 12 that we use in the West, but either way, there is some precedence for that. So once you start noticing details like that, you can probably just assume that they have a similar way of they have their own like calendar system. Now obviously it's not going to be based off of AD, but it's probably going to be based off of some other similar either celestial event or event in their own history. I actually don't know if we ever see a date written down anywhere. Now that I think of it, like, I don't know if we ever actually see a calendar with like or anything in the Naruto universe where it's like, you know, these events happen like 82 a.m. like after Madara's death or something like that. But you know, my headcanon for Toneri on the moon when he sees the comet go by is not that he's seeing Urashiki like approaching and he's saying, oh, that is the comet, here it comes. My headcanon there is that he's saying, oh, this celestial event has happened at this appointed time, and therefore eventually the Otsutsuki are coming, meaning that he like is using the constellation as like a calendar. So but that's just my speculation anyway. I like that answer. It's just funny to question it like, oh yeah, okay. So let's see, pop into the stream, feel like crossover 10,000 years, Spartan 2 versus Space Marine. Oh, Dr. Stein says Warhammer 40k is 30 years of lore, and the fans really like to make things up. Yeah, I honestly, like, I know quite a bit about, like, Warhammer fantasy lore because I have, like, an embarrassing amount of time in Total War, Warhammer 2 and 3, and I also have, like, a bunch of the Gotrek and Felix novels. I started to listen to some of the audiobooks for, like, the Horus Heresy, and I was just... I read, like, I listened to the audiobooks for 5 or 6 of them, actually. I remember enjoying them. I have no fucking clue what happened. Like, I distinctly remember enjoying listening to them. I could not for the life of me tell you what happened in them, though. It all kind of blended together, which I guess is, like, the appeal of it, I suppose. Dan Abnett, I remember that author's name. I read some of his stuff. And then I think I had recently purchased like Brutal Cunnin, and I was really enjoying that, but again, kind of lost track of things. Yep. Okay, let's see. Long story, pal. Oh yeah, that's right. You guys were catching up there. That's awesome. Okay. Oh yeah, there we go. Darth Magog says, the young men specifically, we all really like Naruto. Okay, awesome. I don't know why, but it was just something we all had in common. And yes, the elder's wife did ask me why those boys had knives. Exactly. We played it off as just another superhero, like Batman or Superman. Well, then we'd only talk about it with each other, us young men. That is. That's cool. That's a good way around it. Yeah. Like these are special faith knives that just like fill an enemy with the light of the Lord. Why is that like dark black, you know, blood leaking out of that? Oh, that's not blood. That's faithlessness ichor. It's just like the fluid of disbelief leaking out. I could see. I did shit like that with what was it, like, my mom indulged so many of my stupid things. In retrospect, like, I'm sure that she figured it out, right? And she just decided, like, okay, whatever, he got like decent grades this year, fuck it, he can have one video game, something like that, right? But I think I remembered like convincing her to get me Far Cry for my birthday one year, and I was like, she was like, this dude, like, if you're not familiar with it, like, the first Far Cry game, right? Like, this is the cover of the first Far Cry game, And my mom was like very like very very against violence in video games. Like she pulled me away from spending time. Like I was hanging out with a friend who was playing like Gradius on Super Nintendo, and she saw that and she's like, "That's too violent. We're going home." Like literally, didn't want me exposed to any kind of digital violence. And if you're not familiar with Gradius, like it's this old like space shooter game, right? So she saw it was literally that boss. Probably it was like that specific game, and was basically just like, "No, we're leaving now." But I showed her like a clip, like a news clip or something, about how in Far Cry you could approach combat scenarios from different angles. Like you could decide to be stealthy, or you could decide to go in all guns blazing and stuff like that, because that was one of the best, amazing at that time, right? Like in an era of mostly corridor shooters, the fact that you could choose multiple paths and like use physics to defeat your enemies, that was insane. Nobody had ever done that before. I mean, like they had, but that was a selling point. And so I was like, you can beat the whole game without ever being violent, because anytime you have a violent confrontation, you can just choose to go around it. And really, I just like it for the water and the beaches. And I showed her some screenshots. And to be fair, like the water and the like tropical setting was absolutely gorgeous. And to be fair, I did spend like half of my gameplay time just kind of like hanging out and swimming around, just like enjoying being in this like beautiful digital space. But yeah, I was was not exactly being forthcoming, and somehow still managed to get the game. So. Darth Magog says they had no idea that the tuning exams had human experimentation and blood rituals. They didn't have like a creepy snake like Michael Jackson who wanted to steal a young boy's skin. They didn't know about that one. Or like summoning rituals to form pacts with demons and like summon the king of hell and stuff like that. Yeah, I can understand why maybe that wouldn't have surfaced. But cool. I'm glad you were able to find like a little I don't know if you would consider it like a thing of rebellion at that point, but either way, just something that you can just enjoy and share with your friends and have it be like a source of bonding. I think this is probably projecting, so I'm not suggesting this is necessarily what you experienced, but have you seen the TV show Severance? I would highly recommend it. It's one of my favorites in recent time, and like one of the plot points is that these folks who are in an isolated community who have like no, or for lack of a better words, I don't want to spoil it, they basically don't have like any access to outside literature, and then all of a sudden a book shows up, and the book is really what we might consider silly and goofy, but to them it's just like it becomes this sort of source of hidden joy and inspiration, and they can't let the authority figures find out about it, but it becomes like I guess it would be like a bonding thing between them, and it's really cool the way that they implemented that. Sorry, this is plop. Worm says, got it, thanks for recommending me that part. Yeah, no worries. Let me know if you have any other questions. Definitely some topic that I found very, very interesting. It was super fun to talk about. Sorry, it says the horse math wasn't correct. It's a funnier sentence than it could be. Yeah, I know. I agree. It's just I saw Worm's comment. The universe proves yet again that horses cannot count. Yes. Well, that's the thing. Like, I want to be clear. I think I mentioned this previously, or I think Fod was asking me about this in Discord. I can't recall specifically, but I think what we were talking about is this, that like you can there is some merit to the overall structure of the argument, meaning this, that let's just say for the sake of argument that horses can average a 30-mile-per-hour travel speed, and they can manage to pull that off for 12 hours in this fantasy world, right? So bad at math. Let's just do this numbers, okay? Oh, you can't see it on screen. Okay. 12 times 12 hours a day times what did I say, 30 miles an hour? Okay. So your average horse can go 360 miles an hour. That's not 360 miles an hour, Jesus. Your average horse can travel 360 miles in a given day. And if that's the case, and a shinobi can go faster than that, then that means that the shinobi can go at least that fast. And if we get an explicit statement that says the shinobi travels day and night constantly, even if we give them some room to like rest and don't take that literally, we say 20 hours a day, right? So that's 360 miles in a given day times fucking whatever 30 days, right? That gets us up to 10,800 miles. And so the suggestion then becomes, is the distance between Redaku and Konoha 10 or 11,000 miles? And in and of itself, that's really not all that unreasonable when you think about it, because it's a lot. It's fucking far. I think we looked at it, and like the distance across all of China was like 3,000 miles. You know what? Fuck it. Let's do it. Just take a second here. Or actually, no, I think it's probably better not to take too much time now, but if you go to that video, like there's a section where we go in Google Maps, then we look at the distance, right? And you can compare that, and you can say, okay, this is really, really far, but I think the distance across the United States, across like from the eastern to the western part of the United States, at the top, like basically along the Canadian border, is something like 2,000 miles. So really, really fucking far, but also somewhat feasible. But then what happens if we take that piece of evidence, that piece of math or whatever, and then plug it into the system? The real thing that I wanted to try to emphasize was just that sometimes you'll have a piece of evidence, sometimes you'll have like a fact, something that seems to be ironclad, right? But then even though the math is good, even though the logic is good, even though everything about it seems internally sound, when you try to put it into the system that it's a part of, does it break the system? And if so, how do you reconcile that? Does that mean that there's a problem with the system, or does it mean that even though everything seems right with your math is actually wrong for some reason you don't know? And that's really the key here, is that like if you listen to debates, a lot of times, I don't know a lot of times or whatever, sometimes you'll hear people kind of attached to a specific phrase or a specific item, and then they kind of hold their ground on that one point, and then like as long as they can clear that one point, it'll be something like it's verbatim stated that like I'm just making something up here, right? That like Kirin is light speed. So Kirin, it says a Kirin is light speed, therefore it is light speed, therefore we know that Kakashi is light speed because it is. And other people will be like, well, what about this? What about this anti-feat? What about this conflicting thing? Well, it doesn't matter because it says here, verbatim stated in the book, that this is the case. And to me, that kind of like shuts down arguments, and that kind of leads to misunderstandings. And so I wish I could come to you and say, here is my perfect, beautiful math equation that shows you exactly how big the Naruto world is. I've done all these calculations, I've done all these other things, and I can prove to you that my calculations are the best. But honestly, I kind of don't want to do that, because I kind of don't want to just assert that there's one specific, like, numerical perfect way of looking at it. More that I just want to encourage everybody to look at all of the data that they have available. I mean, like, Sage himself used the phrase, like, scour the canon. So, scour the canon, go through all the different evidence you have, and then when you have pieces of evidence gathered, just put them together like building blocks and see if they actually stack up. See if they actually help each other, support each other, or cause each other to fall down. And to me, like, that's a way of getting a better final answer to it. Hopefully that makes some sense. The the horse math doesn't horse. I mean, doesn't math. The math horse is the math. Yes. Nay. The journey of 10,000 miles starts with a single horse. Yes, exactly. I thought, I'm happy to talk about horses all day, but, I thought that, that Kirin was going to be the main attraction. Oh shit, it's almost 2.5 hours in. I better hoof it. Running behind time, and I better... okay. I'm gonna switch this up a little bit. Trust me, Gus says, how many horses per day is Kirin? 3. Dr. Strangle says, in the wise words of a bridge Goku, when you get knocked off the horse, you get back up and you eat that horse, Vegeta. Yes. I was just watching that scene the other day, like going through this series. And then, doesn't he like come back and say, what the fuck are you on about? And there's so many good lines in DBZA. Like, their sense of humor is just amazing. Has matured a bit. Like, some of the stuff in... I do kind of not like the whole freaky alien genotype thing, but, you know, for obvious reasons. But, you know, I think they've acknowledged that was kind of not ideal, and they've moved away from it a little bit. So, that's cool. But yeah, my greatest regret in my previous partnership, was that I never got a chance to share with her the Boo saga, because we broke up, and then Team 4 Star also broke up, and they released the Boo bits. And finally, they released the Boo bits like a couple of years after we broke up or whatever. And I was like, "Oh shit! I gotta call her. We gotta watch this together." And I was like, "Oh, she hates me now." So that's not happening anymore. Oh well. Thank you, fucking Team 4 Star, for taking so goddamn long to release that. Blame the dissolution of our partnership. Yeah, no, like huge DBCA fan. Kind of sad to hear that was it Chris Schlemel, is that his name, the guy who voices Goku, was pretty vocal about not liking TFS for a while. Yeah. Oh, Dr. Strangle says, can you check your server scan channel? Sure. One sec. Oh damn. You work fast, man. Shit. Okay. Let me see. 95 pixels. Yeah, I'm taking a look at it now. Can you please remind me, what is the software that you use to use that? Wait, hang on. Can I just Sean Schimmel? No, I lost my boo before I showed the Boo saga. Yeah, unfortunately. She really liked Vegeta, and I just wanted her to see the scene where Vegeta like accepts Majin Buu's influence, and then starts to like has the conversation with Goku about his pride and makes a sacrifice. That I think she would have absolutely loved. And there's no way for me to do that now, because, like, I mean, not to get too personal or anything, but when we broke up, I was like, I really want us to stay in each other's lives. Like, you're fucking awesome, and I want us to be friends. Please, can we, like, figure that out? Let's take some time apart, but then, like, you know, obviously, let's figure out how to stay friends somehow. Can we try? And then, not to get too deep into it, but it just, like, it became clear, like, in a few months that, the best thing for both of us to be able to kind of move on was just to cut off communication. And I got pretty close a couple of times where I was like, we should try, we can figure it out, like, we can be mature about this. And it's like, no, I don't think so. I think you know, she's doing her own thing now, and it's great. I'm really happy for her. She seems to have not figured her shit out, that sounds like it, she didn't have it figured out before, but basically was like able to move on and do things that were meaningful. And I also you know, did as well. And I think it probably wouldn't have been like, it's tough, right? I don't know if you guys have experienced this, but when somebody is like a huge part of your life for a long time, you don't really, like, for me anyway, whether it's been like the loss of a loved one through like death or whatever, or if it's just been something a little bit more like a breakup or whatever, somebody really means something to you, you don't ever really want them gone per se. You just want, like, the problematic parts of your relationship with them or whatever gone. And then it's like, oh well, those are attached to them, so that kind of sucks. And now I'm like breaking now I have to, like, create this sort of weird awkward separation. But for, like, still today, like, years later, I will be walking around and I'll see, like, you know, System of a Down t-shirt, or like the System of a Down we're on tour, and be like, oh dude, I should totally call her, she loves System of a Down, I wonder if she's free now. And then the Jeopardy theme, like, dun, 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 plays in my head. And I'm like, oh, right. Like, I think that's probably always going to be the case. There's probably always going to be a part of me that, like, I think of my childhood friend who, like, Magic the Gathering, right? And I'll be at, like, Target or whatever, and I'll see a pack of Magic cards and be like, oh, dude, like, fucking Jay would really love this. I should pick him up this new expansion. And, like, oh, he lives in China. And I haven't talked to him in, like, over a decade. So, it's one of those weird things. But, I'm very grateful for that series because it was sort of a source of comfort to me when I was like working a lot of overtime, and I just had it sort of like playing in the background, and then I used it to connect with other people and shared it, and it was I really have quite a bit of appreciation for that series and what they accomplished. I remember seeing like a behind the scenes where they were explaining how they animated like Nappa taking the... I will get back to your thing. I'm sorry, so distractible, Echo but I remember seeing let's see, fuck, was it yeah, Team 4-star Nappa Pokeball, something like that. It was this scene where Nappa was like, this over here. It was a behind the scenes thing where it was explaining how they animated this, where Nappa like gets a Pokeball in his hand. Where is it? I thought it was like right here. Yeah, here we go.
Catch it.
I told
Like
you
this thing over here.
Oh, I didn't.
One sec.
Catch it.
Yeah, just that, right? That little expandy thing right there. And it's such a throwaway thing. It's such like a tiny little moment. But apparently, like, the amount of work that they had to do to actually get that working was pretty hard, because they had to like create different masks to sort of like cut out the shape of the ball and then like superimpose it and like create like a mask for Nappa's hand and stuff. And then I don't know, it was a whole long thing that they were explaining that this one little tiny thing took them forever to do and was like super hard. And then you like figure out, or realize rather, that they do that like constantly. Like every single episode is just full of shit like that. So yeah, not to mention the voice acting is really good too, like way better than it has any right to be. For a fan thing, I guess it started that way, but then yeah, it's like legit really good voice acting. Dr. Strangle getting drunk in the fucking... You're gonna clean up that mess. YouTube's gonna fucking bill me for the cleanup fee. If you throw up in the chat, boy. Excuse me, not boy, Jesus. I meant to say bud. Apparently I should just avoid saying bud. But yeah. In drink responsibly in chat. I'm kind of out of order here. Measure X or Measure Pixels from the Microsoft Store are both good. Cool, thank you. I tried like a whole bunch of different things. You can see I have like a plugin over here. Pixel measurement. I had like 4 or 5 different things I tried. None of them were fucking working. I downloaded Power Toys or something like that, and I couldn't get that working. So, thank you for letting me know. I remember seeing like your the work that you had done before, and being impressed with that and like how clear everything was. Did you want me to show some of this stuff on the stream, or just like take a look at it? I'm seeing that you've done... Are you doing the angular degrees in that program as well? That's cool. So 90 pixels. Yeah, and then the ang size calculator. Cool. The time of fall is 3 seconds and the velocity... Oh, so... Gravitational... Oh, that's cool. Time of fall, the velocity is 31. So you're saying that the conclusion is Jiraiya is moving at 31 meters per second? That's pretty cool. Oh, drinking away the sorrows of heartbreak. Yeah, it was, it kind of sucks because at the time, you know, we, hang on. Can I just do like a Discord window capture? Like switch to Discord window? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so, let me kind of follow up on that, and then I will go through these pictures. But yeah, it was kind of challenging at the time because like I'm the sort of person who doesn't have a huge social circle, especially these days, and I prefer to just focus on like a smaller group of people and give like a lot of my time to those people. And so we were very close, and everything was there was a lot that we got along with about, and a lot of like valuable connection. And then there was just a couple of things that unfortunately were really, really big things, and they we're not going to be able to figure them out. And it sucks because we both like saw this coming on the horizon like a couple years into our relationship, and we're like, this is going to be a problem, right? And we were like, yeah, we're not going to deal with it now, right? No. And so every once in a while we would check in and be like, we can worry about this later, right? We can worry about this later. And then enough time goes by where you're like, oh, we just kind of forgot about that. And one day we woke up and it was like however many years later, we're like, yeah, we need to like deal with this now. And this sucks. And so we tried a couple of things, tried to figure it out, but basically, like, not to be too coy about it, like, we just had different like things that we wanted to do with our lives. And so we had to make a difficult decision, and the decision was either one of us can make a big sacrifice and change what they want and give it up, and or we can separate. And for me, it was like, I would never ask you to make that change for me. I'm not gonna make the change myself because I don't like it would change who I am. Like, I don't want that for my life. And I would never ask you to change yourself for me, because I love you the way you are, and I don't want to change you just to like have you or whatever. And she was like, you need to change yourself. And I said, no, that's not what's right for me. And she said, you don't know what's right for you. I do. You need to change. And that's when I said, you need to go. So yeah, it's obviously more complicated than that, and I'm sure she'd have her own version of things. I don't want to be unfair or whatever, but the final summary of the whole thing was basically two very good friends who needed to do something very different with their time and couldn't do it together anymore. So that's who asked, but there you go. Getting a little extra John lore tonight, hope you don't mind. Grilling with a you're grilling with a beer? That's cool. Man, I what sort of things do you like grilling? Do you have any grilling tips before the summer months are fully behind us? Dr. Shanko says, I'm basically an ascetic monk. Really? I can't tell if you're joking. I'd be curious if you want to share more about that, because it's very interesting. I practiced Buddhism for a while. That didn't really take, but there was a lot about it that I found very inspiring. So, okay, thank you so much for sending this. By the way, so this is Dr. Strangle, aka Acolyte's Epilogue, who has done calc of Jiraiya, the Jiraiya thing that we were talking about before. So let me see if I understand this correctly. So you've calculated that there is 195 pixels from the top of the frame to the bottom of the frame. Is that what these oh no, I see. It's 195 pixels between these two like margins. So over from here to here would be 195 pixels. And then you're calculating the angle here based on the so this is 195, and then you must be also calculating this somewhere else that I'm not seeing, to then be able to get these. Oh, I see. It's a little hard to see, but you got the pixel length for this distance over here, and you're using that to calculate the angles here. Okay, that makes sense. And then, the size of the. Okay, so right now you're getting Jiraiya's height. Okay, that makes sense. Over here you get the size, or like the diameter of the pillar at 219 pixels. Cool. And then at its base, 28. Okay, cool. Is there any reason why you're doing it over here as opposed to like down here at the very base? Just out of curiosity. And then this height is 976, so that's just the height of the panel. Okay. This I'm not sure about, but I've seen this tool before. I think I've seen it referenced, maybe even by you in the past. So it's good to know about this. And you're using the degree and the size in order to calculate the... so you can solve for either angle, distance, or size. I see. Cool. And you know the size and you know the angle, so you're trying to figure out the distance. Is that right? This is something I don't quite understand. So this, you're trying to... Oh, you're getting the distance between those 2 points, and then you're using this as the time to get the velocity in meters per second. I see. Cool. This is really... It's really actually very... Oh, and there's a free fall calculator. Awesome. And... This is great because I get to see the whole process of you going through it step by step. And honestly, like, that's part of what I can find a little baffling sometimes, is not knowing how to get started, and then well, knowing how to get started, yes, but then not knowing how to like bring everything together and accumulate the all the information. So that's very helpful. Thank you. Yeah, very cool to see. Thank you for sharing that. Well, friends, I was worried that I wouldn't have anything to talk about tonight, and I think we did okay. So, given that it's a quarter, it's like 2 hours and 45 minutes that we're in, I think I'm going to go back to the Kirin thing, and I'm just going to talk about it briefly so that I can put a timestamp on the video and just say, hey, I actually kind of talked about what I said I would in the title of the stream, very briefly. And then I think I'll call it a night. But of course, if y'all want to talk about anything else or share anything else, let me know. I'm happy to. I just want to make sure I like fulfill my court-appointed duty to talk about lightning for 5 seconds. So, the reason I'm bringing up Kirin at all is because of well, let me start by doing this. Hopefully, I actually have. One sec. Okay, I do. So, I do actually have the third data book here. Please. Damn it. OBS is amazing, and also sometimes it's very irritating. 1 second. Here we go. Okay, so, I want to start off looking at the entry for Kirin in the third data book. It's going to take me a second to find it because these are all obviously like just scanned in. I will say I got this scan from Sage of Thick Calves Discord. I wish I could give credit to whoever set this up or scanned it in. I'm sorry, I don't know who did the scans. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for going through the trouble of putting all this together. It takes a long time to do this. I am appreciative. If you see this and would like to be credited, please let me know. I'm more than happy to do so. I don't really know how to track you down at the moment, given that I'm no longer in the server. But just to be clear, this is the only reason I have access to this thing is because somebody else did a lot of hard work, and I'm grateful for that. So, that being said, I want to start off by looking at the entry for Kirin, and I want to see what the third data book says, and then just look at what Sasuke and Black Setsu say about it, and then seeing what we can learn about it. So, the reason this is coming up is that Kirin still gets used in light speed scaling. People will say, oh wait, hang on a second. I should have looked at this for the last, hang on, 1 second. Shortly after Naruto's return to his homeland, he's given an A-rank mission. Kazekage of Sunagakure has been kidnapped by the Akatsuki. His aim is to collect all tail beasts. Team A heads straight for Sunagakure. Team B gets intel en route. Proceeds to the Akatsuki hideout. Tending to the injured and gathering intel. The team includes... Okay, so it did... I wish I had this for the previous stream, because it does actually give us a precise location of where the Akatsuki hideout was. It turns out that I wound up basically using this location anyway, so I got lucky. But for folks who were there that last stream, I didn't realize that this was actually in here. I haven't read this part of the data book for a while, but yeah. Hey, here we go. And then here's the path to Tenchi Bridge. Okay, so that's interesting too. Like the databook actually goes out of its way to demonstrate that it's not a direct path to the Tenchi Bridge, right? It actually shows that there's an indirect route. And despite the fact that these like chuckleheads are taking an indirect route there, you know, not as the crow flies or whatever, and stopping for lunch and whatever, it also kind of demonstrates how they can only get there in 5 days. Sorry, it only takes them 5 days to get there. I feel like this map also does a better job of putting things in perspective in terms of the overall size of places. Like, I know some people think that the Land of Waves is in the south, but if we accept for a second that it's actually in the west, or the east, then, you know, assuming that there's some sort of a paved road or whatever, the idea that if Naruto and Sasuke, Naruto and Team Yamato can get here while resting overnight and walking and stopping to train and stuff like that in 5 days, then the idea that they could maybe get all the way over here, you know, get to Land of Waves within a week or so as well, that fits, right? It like fits the scale. But anyway, oops, I was a chat thing. Kirin could be light speed in a vacuum. Maybe. What can you elaborate on that? I'd be curious to see your thoughts. I can imagine where you might be coming from on that, but I am curious to hear you elaborate some more. I guess it's like Haku could potentially move from mirror to mirror at the speed of light, but when you put it into context with other things like so if... Sorry, I'm getting distracted by the stuff on the page. If Haku never, like, physically impacted... hang on, I can't multitask. If Naruto and Sasuke were both fighting Haku, and Haku was... Oh, okay, hang on. Resetting... Okay. Resetting. Darth Magog says, Kirin could be light speed in a vacuum. I was curious about that. Darth Magog said, if I remember my conceptual physics correctly, lightning can only strike at light speed within a vacuum. Oh, I thought you meant within a vacuum of, like, within this one particular instance in the story in isolation. You mean in a literal vacuum. The speed of electron horses. Yes, exactly. Okay. Well, if you've seen fucking Metalocalypse, this is the literal Thunder Horse. So, sorry, the speed of what? The speed of horse. Just so we're all on the right page. Yeah, from now on, I will no longer be accepting calcs in the form of AP and DC. I will only accept calcs measured based on horsepower. So, anyway, so what I was going to say is that, like, look, if we were reading the chapters with Haku and Naruto and Sasuke, and over the course of that fight, Naruto and Sasuke never successfully reacted to anything Haku did, and then Haku saw Zabuza about to die and was like, oh shit, and then dashed in front of Kakashi and then died, and never touched... and Sasuke and fucking Naruto never managed to actually, like, block or evade or perceive any of Haku's attacks. And then the data book said that Haku was literally the speed of light. I probably would just be like, well, yeah, okay. Like, fine. Right? Because it's the introduction of the like, concept of Naruto is now... there are now confounding variables, and now there are knock-on effects if these other things are true. That means that now Naruto and Sasuke, as children, like 12 years old or whatever, are the speed of light, or capable of exhibiting relativistic movements or perceptions or whatever. Okay, so what does that mean for the entire rest of the fucking series? It kind of breaks things. It kind of, like, breaks the model, so to speak. So yeah, that's where I think it falls apart. But ironically, without that context, if the only thing we had was Haku just basically being, like, crazy fast, and then having no anti-feats for it, as not to do an NLF or anything, but having no anti-feats for it, and then having that statement in the data books, I'd be like, okay, well, we see him move at a speed that is inaccessible to other people, or imperceptible, or just like way beyond other people, including like an advanced ninja like Kakashi. And then we have this statement from the data book that says he's the speed of light. I guess Haku's the speed of light. And I guess that just kind of makes sense, because it doesn't break anything. It kind of fits with what we know, and it seems consistent with what's depicted on the panel. Now, I don't know if I would say it's an objective truth or whatever that I would like die on that hill, but I would say it's one piece of evidence, and I think it's a strong piece of evidence, and now we can bring it going forward. But anyway, I wonder if the eye pain, says Saria, from the Sharingan give Kakashi migraines. Genuinely wonder if that's the case. I mean, like, we see him, like, people bleed from the eyes when they use it, and when he like, he grasps his eye, you know, and he strains his eye to use like the Kamui on Datara, and his eye gets all bloodshot, and so, like, yeah, I mean, I don't know if this is the case for you. Sorry, I kind of hope not, because it kind of sucks, but like, when I get headaches, they usually start like behind one of my eyes. It's fucking weird. Anyway, so Kirin, user Uchiha, fuck me, caster Uchiha Sasuke, okay, S rank jutsu, third data book, English data book, official English translation, official English publication, page 247 for those interested in reading it yourselves. By the way, I don't know if I should distribute this. It's probably fine. So if you want this scanner, you want this PDF, I mean, I got it from a server, so I could probably just pass it along. But also, I would just say that the third data book is available for like $10. It's cheap on Crunchyroll. So if you can afford it, if you're interested in it and you want to read it yourself in slightly better quality, just get it. Just go get yourself a copy. What does it say? The databook entry for Kirin says, the cry of a mythical beast rocks the world. Okay? Sasuke created this to be the ultimate lightning jutsu. He uses a fire-style jutsu, such as the Dragon Flame technique, to quickly heat the air and create a violent rising current of air. The rising current creates thunderheads, which in turn create lightning, which is guidable towards a specific target. It is a relatively low-impact chakra on the user. In essence, Sasuke has tamed lightning. Thunder claps and the enemy is defeated. Lightning takes the shape of a legendary beast, Kirin, and vanquishes the enemy in a flash. So, I bring this up for a couple of reasons, and we'll talk about it again during our Lightspeed specific conversation, but things to keep in mind here. There is another translation, a fan translation, that refers to this as vanquishes the enemy at the speed of light or something. Or uses another phrasing over here which specifically says that it travels at the speed of light. Okay, let's just assume that that's true. Let's just assume that this databook scan included the phrase speed of light. Now let's take that piece of evidence, that piece of data, speed of light, and apply it to everything else that's here. The thing that I think the mistake that people make sometimes when they read the data books is taking a specific phrase and not just like using it as a piece of evidence at all, but using it with a very specific hyper-literal interpretation, not understanding that pieces of evidence can be represented in different ways and can have different interpretations. A literal interpretation is one interpretation, and usually people assume that a literal direct interpretation is the best one or the most accurate one or whatever, but it is one interpretation, it's one method of interpretation, excuse me, and there are others. So let's assume that a direct literal interpretation of the data books is the correct way to go about it. What happens if we apply a direct literal interpretation to everything else on this page the same way that we would to that speed of light? Well, first of all, what is the first thing this says? The cry of a mythical beast rocks the world. Because first of all, if we took this literally, this would suggest that Kirin is sad because it's crying. So, and I know it's silly. I know it's supposed to be silly. I'm doing like a reductio here, basically. If we take this literally, we would come to the conclusion that Kirin is sad. Is Kirin sad? Does Kirin possess consciousness? Does Kirin possess a soul? Does Kirin have emotions at all? Okay. You also, a synonym for cry is also like scream or yell. Okay, that's a much better application here, because what you're going to be hearing, and I think you hear it in the anime too, is like basically a monster roar, right? And you could say that a creature who is roaring or shrieking could also be crying. It doesn't mean that they're sad. There's a different meaning of the term cry. Okay. Mythical beast. Okay. This is not literally a mythical beast, right? Unless we are to assume that this is a summoning jutsu. It's not actually summoning a mythical beast, and it's not actually making a mythical beast out of the clouds. It's taking on the appearance of a mythical beast. So somebody might look at this and say, Sasuke has... I'm not even joking. Somebody could look at this and say, Sasuke has, like, transcendental, boundless capabilities, because he is manifesting myth into reality by making a mythical beast appear. He's taking something that is conceptual and part of lore and turning it into reality. That is one interpretation that you could make. Now, obviously, I don't think anybody listening to this is going to make that mistake or come to that conclusion. But that's what you could do if you take this hyper literally. Rocks the world. So, Sasuke's planetary. Okay? We are entering the sarcasm zone, just to be clear. I want everybody listening to this to understand that Sasuke is planetary, because it says here, it rocks the world. What's the world? A planet. What does it mean to rock the planet? Dragon, rock the planet means shake the planet. Means that he's moving the whole planet. We all know that Tonari is moon level because Tonari moved the moon. So Sasuke is planet level because he moved the planet. Do you see? And again, I know what I said sounds silly, and obviously would never go anywhere in a debate, right? But the chakra sensing sphere, I'm sure you guys have... That was the other thing I didn't have time to research, but like... I have to pull out the other window, 1 second. You guys remember in the war arc where like the sensory core have like this big like bubble at HQ, and then the Ten Tails appears, and it looks like the bubble is kind of like what's the term for it? Like doing mitosis or whatever, and like splitting off into a second one. And they say like, oh, that's the Ten Tails chakra. It's like a small planet. Like the language they're using is clearly like, this resembles its own tiny planet compared to the rest of the chakra here. But people look at that and they say the Ten Tails is planetary. And is planetary means that at minimum the Ten Tails can expend the energy output that's basically it's strong enough to be able to blow up the Earth. You know, it can overcome the gravitational binding energy of the planet and like vaporize the rocks and whatever the fuck. You know, whatever the specific definition of planetary is, that's the kind of argument that they're trying to make, is that because it said like a planet, then this means that the Ten Tails is planetary. And if you do that same thing here, if you apply that same kind of rhetoric here, this is where it takes you. Right? Rocks the world is a planet, Sasuke's Kirin is planetary. And obviously, I don't think anybody would agree with that, so this is why we have to be careful with this stuff. Dr. Strangle, the answer for all of them questions is yes. And just say yes. Or no, I prefer. Kirin looks angry, very angry, yeah. The Kirin is EP. The Kirin is EP because the Kirin has had a hard day of screaming through the atmosphere and smiting down fucking Akatsuki members. Kirin needs a nap. I choose to believe, says Darth Mega, that Sasuke just has a pet lightning dragon and literally no one can do a damn thing about it. I am 100% on board with that idea. It's just been kept a secret from us. But that is now my canon, as far as I'm concerned. I mean, a motherfucker has a clan of talking ninja cats that he can just go hang out with whenever. Like, you're telling me that he doesn't have other animals up his sleeve? He just gets a hawk. Doesn't he get a new hawk summon at one point? And then fucking Obito or whoever is like, where the fuck did he get that? Like, I think it's when he's fighting Danzo. and Obito and or Zetsu have been watching him the whole time. So like, he just like found a bird somewhere. That's why he went to get fucking Jugo. It's not because of his Sage mode. It's because Jugo has bird affinity, just like he does. Bird bros. And Itachi has the crow thing going on. So yeah. Anyway. Sasuke created this to be the ultimate lightning jutsu. Okay, some people will look at that and say, this is the strongest lightning jutsu in the entire series because of this. So if Sasuke were to clash with Madara, and Madara used Storm Fang, Storm Release Light Fang, or maybe that's a Kekkei Genkai, so, or whatever, so multiple natures, so maybe that doesn't count. But let's say Madara used something akin to like False Darkness, but with his level of chakra, and Sasuke clashed using this jutsu. This is the ultimate lightning jutsu, and some people would make the argument that Sasuke would just automatically win against Madara because it's the ultimate lightning jutsu. But notice the phrasing. Sasuke created it to be the ultimate lightning jutsu, but that doesn't mean it necessarily is. I know that sounds pedantic, sounds like I'm being an ass, but really it's important to try, like as we're going through this, my goal is to try to get us to ask the question, what is worth taking literally and what should we be skeptical about? So far, the first sentence, the cry of a mythical beast rocks the world, there's like multiple reasons why I don't think we should take that literally. Sasuke created this to be the ultimate lightning jutsu. Yeah, he literally created it to be the ultimate lightning jutsu. Actually, based on the narrative, he probably created it to be the Itachi killing jutsu. I don't know if he was like, this is going to be the best lightning jutsu that anybody has ever conceived of ever. I don't know if that was his motivation, but certainly like he is an expert like lightning style user, so this is his best attack. So yeah, it might have been not his first motivation, but it might have been part of it. He uses a fire style jutsu such as the dragon flame technique to quickly heat the air and create a violent rising current of air. Odd phrasing to mention air twice like that, but it's not necessarily a mistake, and it's true. The rising, because that's literally a description of what happens on panel, the rising current creates thunderheads, which in turn create lightning, which is guidable towards a specific target. So we actually get a lot of information out of that phrase, right? So Sasuke uses fire. Wait 1 second. His use of fire creates natural cloud formations. Those natural cloud formations themselves create lightning. And then what he does is he guides the lightning down to the ground towards a specific target. So just to be very clear, what's happening in the clouds is entirely natural in terms of like the natural processes. Sasuke isn't supercharging the clouds with fire. Sasuke isn't running lightning through the clouds. Sasuke isn't drawing energy from the clouds to charge himself up. What Sasuke is doing is he's just using heat to stimulate this natural process of cloud formation. And that then leads to the creation of lightning. When the lightning is created, it's created from within the clouds. It's not created from chakra, right? It's not created through a release, a nature release itself. It is created by the clouds doing what clouds do. This is a tiny detail, but notice the title over here as well. It's a ninjutsu, but it's called Kirin, right? Now, let's go and look at some of these other jutsu. 1 second. Oh. Kamui. Oh no, I'm mistaken. So I thought that all of these. Oh, yeah, okay. So I don't know if this is 100%. We should double check this. You know, feel free to call me out on this. But look at something like this: Fire style, Art of the Magnificent Dragon Flame. This is the Dragon Fire Jutsu, right? Actually, kind of curious to see what it says here. An ascending dragon of flame that consumes its enemy with fangs of burning fire. A large quantity of chakra created in the caster's body is compressed and transformed to flames in the form of a dragon. The powerful flames are then skillfully manipulated and used to attack the enemy standing before him. With mastery, it becomes possible to fire multiple flames in succession. This jutsu places emphasis on power and certainty of the attack rather than the range of the attack. The flames create a rising air current that so it creates thunderheads. Okay. Burns even the skies. Fire style, released shape of a dragon. So this is interesting. It will not stop until its prey is completely consumed. So I guess this is low-key another Amaterasu, right? Be careful about that. But anyway, ninjutsu, fire style, art of the magnificent dragon flame. Jesus Christ. Fire style, flame bombs. Kagero transitory jutsu. Fire style, burning ass. Fire style, giant flame bombs. Okay. Gamagakure jutsu. So some of these don't have nature releases that are very clear. It looks like total oil bombs are using all these things. I'm not sure. Paper shuriken. Okay, kamui. Some of these techniques don't have specific releases, but what's interesting is that all the fire ones do. Never mind. Yeah, so what the point that I was trying to make, which I don't feel super confident of at this point, is that this, like, Kirin over here doesn't have a release associated with it, meaning that it's like one of those techniques, like, so like Kirin or fucking Kamui is probably a release in the sense that, like, he's using, like, whoever uses Kirin, fucking Jesus, whoever uses Kamui I'm getting tongue-tied. Whoever uses Kamui is probably using a form of release. It's probably just like yin release or yang release, or maybe both, or something like that, or some combination, right? Or even yin yang release. I was gonna say that since Kirin over here doesn't have a release listed, it's just another thing emphasizing that this actually isn't technically a lightning jutsu, because Sasuke, it's not like a lightning release jutsu, which means that the energy for the jutsu isn't coming from him. I mean, we already know that, but at the end of the day, I don't actually find that the inclusion of release here is consistent enough one way or the other to really be able to use that as a piece of evidence. So maybe you can, that kind of helps you understand the process by which I like try to evaluate these statements. Anyway, so point of all that is just that Sasuke uses his own chakra to create the initial bursts of fire. Obviously, he's benefiting from Itachi's doing so as well. But then once those yield the clouds themselves are not using chakra. The clouds themselves are generating electricity the normal way that electricity would be generated. And then what Sasuke does is he just guides the charge downward. It's not really explained how that happens, or like, you know, we don't get like a detailed physics-based explanation of like, okay, well, Sasuke is manipulating the negative charge on the ground or whatever to sort of start snaking upwards to connect with the Kirin and form a circuit. Like, obviously there's a little bit of fantasy that's being applied here in addition to just the shape of the Kirin itself. And unless you think that this is literally the mythical beast, then this is Sasuke applying a sort of like shape transformation to it. But the thing is, something that's very important to understand, he is not applying shape transformation to his chakra, right? He'd be applying it to the lightning itself, which is kind of crazy. But anyway, I think that kind of should help demonstrate that this is lightning. Now, what people will get confused, and what I saw people arguing about in that video that Dr. Strangle was a part of, that participated in, was the idea that Sasuke could potentially either be amping up the speed of the lightning bolt, because technically speaking, yes, the lightning is the source of the attack, the source of the power or whatever, but he himself is obviously a shinobi and he uses chakra, so it's not safe to assume that this is just a like pure lightning, right? Sasuke is like taming it, he's controlling it, so he could be amping it up or he could be doing something otherwise like a little unnatural to it. The thing is, what it says is that in essence Sasuke has tamed lightning, right? And what that means is that he is, that's used to clarify the previous statement of him guiding it towards a specific chakra target, right? So it's relatively low impact chakra on the user, and we'll explain, like, get into the explanation for why that is in just a second. But the idea here, again, is that once the Kirin is created in the sky, Sasuke doesn't really have to do anything other than simply guide it down. He has to use a minimal amount of chakra to create a conduit between himself and the sky, or like a connection or whatever to be able to form the Kirin or whatever, but like all of the energy from it, the things that it's made of, the way that it works is natural lightning. It is just regular ass lightning. So when it hits the ground, it's hitting the ground with the force of lightning. Now, granted, you could look at this and you could say, well, hang on a minute. Lightning doesn't really work like this. Like, first of all, lightning doesn't manifest as a giant fucking dragon, but it also doesn't create an explosion like this. Okay, so there is something that Sasuke is doing to it, but in essence, the mechanism by which this is being used is still just natural lightning coming out of clouds. Maybe he's like making it look a little bit different, but the speed of it, the way that the electrons are like the electrical charge is traveling through the atoms in the current or whatever, should not be affected by anything he's doing with his chakra, especially because the whole point of this, that it takes him a minimum amount of chakra to do so. I want to also point out two things. Thunder claps and the enemy is defeated. Lightning takes the shape of legendary beast Kirin and vanquishes the enemy in a flash. So we have two statements here to the effect that Kirin will destroy, will defeat, will usurp its enemy in an instant, or with the sound of thunder or whatever else, right? The point is, the enemy is defeated when the enemy gets hit by Kirin. The enemy is vanquished, and the enemy is vanquished in a flash. Now think about statements like Itachi's Susanoo, when we call it, like the Yaramir, being able to block any attack, right? People have made arguments about that. And then think about this language here that's being used in the same data book a few pages away. And think about, as we go to the next page, how many characters do you recall being defeated by Kirin? How many characters do you recall being vanquished by Kirin? I mean, the databook page does verbatim say that Kirin defeats and vanquishes its enemies in a flash. So how many enemies has it done that to? And what do you think the upper limit of this is? Not to be coy or anything. If you take this literally, you could argue that this technique has universal AP. Not DC AP, meaning that Sasuke could defeat anybody with this, because it says that the enemy is defeated. Literally, it's verbatim stated. But obviously we wouldn't make that argument seriously, right? But people do, for other things. Anyway, let me wrap this up by going back to the actual manga for a brief moment. Okay, here we go. Yeah, stoppable object versus unmovable object, yeah. You know, Dr. Strangle, have you seen that scene in fucking DBCA where it's just the two, it's like Android 18 or 17 and Piccolo just like punching each other in the stomach over and over again, and it just like goes on for hours and hours and hours? That's what Itachi versus Sasuke could have been like in another universe. Mekok says, now here's a real question. Is it more impressive that Sasuke did shape release with natural lightning, or that Naruto applied nature transformation to Sharingan? I think that's a good parallel. But I think Naruto's is more impressive because once he figures out how to do that, he can do that technique as I just saw that comment, as many as Amaterasu, yes. Yeah, like Amaterasu managed to kill like some Black Zetsu, and I think that's it. And that was specifically the Amaterasu with that was like coming out of the orb thing in the Susanoo, once fucking Sasuke starts heading to the battlefield in the war. But yeah, Naruto's more impressive because I'm biased. That's not a terrible answer. Sorry, honestly, because you've actually mentioned your bias, which is better than some. So, but anyway, I think Naruto's is more impressive because Sasuke's ability is just contingent on these other environmental factors needed to be able to set this thing up. He needs to be outside. He needs to, have it be under certain conditions, right? Whereas Naruto can create the Rasen Shuriken multiple times. He can create it sort of on the fly. He can combine it with other things like handing it to its clones. And it's a more versatile platform for jutsu later because he does things like the little mini Rasengan, like Rasen Shurikens. He infuses it with other things. So it's just a more impressive jutsu. It's like a better jutsu overall in terms of maybe not raw power, but in terms of versatility. But like when you consider the amount of raw power that Sasuke could potentially be dealing with, and the fact that it's like also part of this I mean, it's tamed now, but like, you know, it's part of a raw, unstable, natural force. The training, like, you have to imagine that he would have fucked this technique up a few times before getting it right. So the you know, stress that he would have exposed himself to would be pretty terrifying. And Naruto being in a controlled situation with, you know, people he trusts, you know, helping him out and making sure he doesn't overexert himself or whatever, being able to heal him, versus, I mean, obviously Orochimaru would have healed Sasuke, but still, like, that environment that Sasuke was in was not one of, like, care and comfort and support, right? So he'd be out there practicing this shit. And I think something about the process of him figuring all this shit out on his own, like, I'm pretty sure Orochimaru didn't teach him how to do this shit either, right? Like, he just learned all this on his own. So yeah, I think overall as a jutsu, the Rasen Shuriken is better, but as a achievement, you could argue that Sasuke's is better. He needs to be Sasuke needs to touch grass to activate the lightning horse. Kirin, so Kirin is no joke, a horse dragon. Yeah, it's a real, like, from our world mythological creature. It's not a Naruto invention, right? Yeah. Lightning horse dragon. Well, I don't think it's a lightning thing necessarily in mythology, but I'm not sure. But either way, yeah, it's a real thing. Okay, so to answer your question, Dr. Strangle, even if the scan is 100% literal, why would we go with it and not what the manga says? Yes, exactly. I could just end this stream here, right? The reason why is because, you know, when we talk about light speed scaling and stuff like that next week, or I think next week, we are going to have to talk about the databooks, and I want to make sure that I explore, like, why people find the databooks valuable and maybe some of the mistakes that people can make by taking them literally. And really the idea, the way that the conversation tends to go sometimes is like, either you can use the databooks because they are reliable, or you can't because they aren't, and the databooks are bad and stupid and dumb, or they're great and you should take everything they say literally unless proven otherwise. And, you know, as usual, there's a little bit of nuance between those two things. And I think the correct, for lack of a better phrase, the correct interpretation is that every databook statement in it can have things that are valuable and it can have things that are silly. And if we want to get a good understanding of the series and of the feats and everything, that we should take the shit one at a time, and we should examine each statement in context and see where that goes. And my real problem is just with people not being interested in looking at the context and just picking whatever individual statement benefits their argument, and then clinging to that and saying, well, because it's verbatim stated that this is true, etc., then we can just, like, conclude the argument right now. And so my reason for bringing up any of that shit from that databook page was specifically to say, hey, look, this is what happens if we just take things literally and don't put them in context. We can take any number of individual, like, data mined or quote mined individual phrases or words from this entry and just say that because they're written here, they're true, and let that shape our whole argument. But what actually happens if we do that? Well, things get silly. We get the wrong answers. We get confused. So, I agree. We should be looking at stuff in the manga. At the very least, we should be, like, using the manga to confirm or to contextualize the things that are in the databook itself. This is the horse. This was the horse that Sage was talking about. Okay, this makes sense. So Kakashi was faster than Kirin. Then yeah, then I'd have to concede that the planet is that big, at least that big. So, but it can only travel on rainy days. to be fair. Zarya says, honestly, everything is an Naruto creation, and I'm just part of a fish's universe. You son of a... Yeah. This is all just, the hallucination of a very, very nerdy fish. I can live with that. I'm fine with that. So yeah. To kind of wrap this up, I just want to examine what the characters are saying here. So here we have these two. Now notice also that I think Sasuke has been fighting Itachi for a while and has done some pretty impressive things, including, like, well, he activated the curse mark, right? And he also, broke out of the infinite Tsukuyomi, and he engaged in the clash of Genjutsu and the clash of the other fucking Shuriken and Kunai and stuff like that. And now he's using quite a bit of fire in order to send flames into the sky. It is kind of interesting to think about, like, if the Amaterasu is actually burning as hot as the sun, which it's not, but if it were, then how much hotter must these flames be for Sasuke to think that, like, it's actually worthwhile to send these up as well? You know what I mean? Maybe this is just to, like, create wind currents and doesn't have to do with the heat itself, but I think he specifically is also using the heat of the Amaterasu, so that would make these pretty hot too. Itachi doesn't get burned up by this, so that's something to note. Looks like his arm maybe does. Well, okay, so the clothing that touches it gets burned, but the rest of his outfit doesn't get seared off or anything like that. And then this is sort of the point here. So Sasuke is in CS2, Curse State 2, and he has dropped to his knees. He's going ugh, right? And White Setsu says they are going to collapse. You think they're out of chakra? Sure seems that way. So obviously, Sasuke is not particularly high on chakra reserves. It looks like he spent the chakra that was available to him from the cursed seal in order to get to to be able to cast those jutsu. You notice that in the background the clouds are starting to form, right? Thunder clouds are starting to form up. Nice. I like how subtle this is, kind of like being brought in the background. You might not even notice it. And now he says this will be my last jutsu. Okay, so like the curse mark is fading. Even here, Itachi says the Sharingan can assess chakra. Stop bluffing. I can see that you're out of chakra. You use the Orochimaru style art of substitution to evade my Amaterasu. You're skillful, but you use too much chakra. Now, if you don't remember, this also comes up during the fight where Orochimaru is fighting Naruto, and Orochimaru basically runs out of chakra after using that. Maybe not totally, but he gets pretty close. After just like using that 3 or 4 times in order to, because he's not like fighting Naruto very efficiently, and he just winds up having to leave the battlefield being exhausted, having used that just a few times, right? So it's established pretty well that even for people like Orochimaru, that shit takes a lot of chakra. Okay, skillful, but you use too much chakra. I see, because Sasuke has absorbed Orochimaru, so yeah, he was able to do that. So it's still an Orochimaru technique. It's not just something he's copied even. It's an Orochimaru style thing, right? And then he even says that, yeah, I don't have any chakra left. I use it up on that fire style jutsu. Okay, so going into this, we have multiple statements that Sasuke has basically no chakra left. Now, again, don't quote mine this, right? Don't look at this and say that he has literally 0. Well, I mean, I guess you can, but like you can always use more, right? You can always make more chakra as long as you have enough stamina. So I don't think you should necessarily interpret this literally, but basically being like, a way to look at this is they've used up all the chakra that they molded, and they're very low stamina, so they're probably not going to be able to produce much more, if anything, right? They're effectively out. They're obviously not dead, so they can potentially produce a little bit more. Anyway, I love the way that this is sort of slowly starting to build. I'm guessing this onomatopoeia means like a rumble, like the thunder's coming in. Okay, pitter pitter. Okay, we have the little bits of rain starting to come in, and now we see the thunderclouds. So Sasuke says, but do you really think I would come here to kill you unprepared? Here we see it only lasts an instant, just like the Amaterasu. It cannot be blocked or evaded. Okay, so again, should we take this literally? Should we take what Sasuke is saying literally? He's saying the technique only lasts an instant, and an instant is what, like an unquantifiably tiny bit of time? Would that be like like a picosecond or something? Would it be? Does it make sense to take this literally and look at it that way, or just be like he's being hyperbolic and saying it's very, 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 very fast? And then he says, well, how do we know? How do we know if we should take this literally or not? Well, let's look at what's said next. The next thing he says, like the Amaterasu, it cannot be blocked or evaded, which is like the biggest fucking cap statement that occurs in this entire arc for sure. Maybe one of like the most unfounded statements that or like the most out-of-pocket statements that Sasuke says in the entire series. Just like the Amaterasu, it cannot be blocked or evaded. Meanwhile, the Amaterasu getting blocked and evaded the entire fucking series. Okay, so just keep it in mind that we have to look at things in context, right? Dr. Strangle says, Sari is apparently a Boruto character. In a perfect world, if I were a ninja, I'd throw out, I'm out of chakra the second I see someone get one shot, just so I have a reason to retreat. He's too strong, another day. Yeah, he runs away from the fight. Live to fight another day. It's a good, it's not a retreat, it's a tactical repositioning, obviously. Shinobi have to be all about tactics, right? Sorry, I forget, have you read much of Boruto? I think you said that you haven't, but I don't recall exactly. But anyway, now this motherfucker, White Zetsu is asking, okay, he's asking, no one can evade the jutsu just like the Amaterasu. He's seen the Amaterasu, he literally just saw Sasuke get away from the Amaterasu. So this doesn't make any goddamn sense. This does make me wonder though. You know how, going back here, we saw these instances of 3 flames that were spurting at Sasuke. It's hard for me to tell for sure what's going on here. In my Itachi vs. Pain video, I came to the conclusion that because these are 3 individual like cores, and we have these 3 sound effects, that Itachi was generating 3 different Amaterasus, right? Like each of those little blobs there is a separate cast. And this is something that came up in the Swag versus Noodles debate, where like they were talking about how many different times Itachi could use Amaterasu before going blind. And I was like, well, let's try to be generous and count these. And I think 6 agreed with this too in the stream, that each of these counted as 3. So let's accept that as 3. It's weird for me to think of Itachi just like boofing, like not boofing, like rapid fire shooting out 3 different Amaterasus though. That always kind of struck me as weird. And then would this one be a 4th one, or would this be the last one in the series? Now later on we do kind of see that Sasuke is able to manipulate the black flames. I don't think that Itachi's ever listed as a user of Kurotsuchi or whatever it's called, Kagutsuchi. But another interpretation is that this is all the same Amaterasu that's being like pulled or yanked along, and Itachi only ever used one cast. And if that were the case, if we agree with that interpretation, that makes a bit more sense with what White Zetsu is saying, because Zetsu is saying he's put out the Amaterasu. Like he doesn't say, oh, he like Sasuke managed to get rid of like away from 3 of them, but then got caught by the 4th one, or like he finally hit him. He says he's put out the Amaterasu. So if you take that into account and then put it together with this, then from White Zetsu's perspective here, Sasuke actually didn't evade the Amaterasu, because it was just one cast of it, and then like Itachi did manage to kind of like nudge it along or whatever. Or what we're seeing is Sasuke's attempt to get away from it, but Itachi still manages to tag him with it. Something like that. I don't know. I don't think it's super clear. I'm just trying to provide different ways of looking at what White Zetsu is saying. Sorry, it says, yes, I'm caught up on Boruto manga, but I've only watched the fight scenes of the anime. Okay, yeah. I've only watched episodes like 1 through 15 of the anime, and then the Momoshiki arc. I haven't watched any of the stuff in between. I haven't caught up on TBV yet. I'm like episode 18 or volume 18 or something. Okay. So, that being said, here is the beginning of the Kirin situation. At this point, he's asking if, the jutsu can be evaded. Another way to interpret what he's saying is just like he's just repeating what Sasuke is saying with a question mark, like, Colonel. This new Uchiha boy says Kirin is unavoidable. An undodgeable attack. What do I have that counters an undodgeable attack? And he's not, he's doing the solid snake thing of like repeating the last thing somebody said with a question mark at the end. We'll see. Okay, so we're almost done. Sasuke look up, Itachi look down. Parallels. Now, White Zetsu. Okay, so White Zetsu is not really understanding. Black Zetsu looks at him and is explaining things. Sasuke's real target was never Itachi. I still don't get it. Yeah, he's stupid. He shot the fire style jutsu into the sky to rapidly raise the ambient air temperature and create an ascending air current to form a cumulonimbus, a thundercloud. I think it's worth noting that I'm not an astronomological geologist. I'm not a scienceman, okay? I don't go to scienceschool.com. I don't have all the answers or all the information about how this all works. I can't tell you if Kishimoto has any fucking clue how thunder or lightning really work. But it seems like he did put in a little bit of information to try to understand this, right? Like he's throwing out terms like cumulonimbus. He's saying ambient air temperature raising up. So I think it's worth entering into this depiction with at least the open-mindedness that he's tried to make this a system that makes some amount of physical sense, even though it's obviously like enhanced by ninja magic and shit. So now, Zetsu says Sasuke doesn't have to use his own chakra, but just take advantage of the enormous ambient atmospheric energy to create lightning style jutsu. Okay, so he is actually creating a lightning style jutsu, but what he's doing is he is not using his own chakra to actually manipulate the shit in the sky. So this is his own chakra, for sure. Unless he's just using, or maybe not. Or maybe not. I mean, another option is that this is actually him taking the, like, gathering up the negative charge on the ground and using it to form a link to the sky. Maybe this isn't his chakra. But we can, maybe it is. Maybe this is just, like, literally Chidori. Which one? Doesn't matter. Whichever one it is, it'll be on a totally different scale than what anyone can create using change in chakra nature alone. Okay, so, again, some people like to take Black Setsu's words literally because Black Setsu is the smartest character in the series and he orchestrated all the shinobi history and blah, 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 blah. Okay, I've heard people say that before. So let's see what happens if we take Black Setsu's words literally. It'll be on a totally different scale than what anyone can create using change in chakra nature alone. So, Black Setsu knows Kaguya and Madara and Obito and Hagoromo, and his conclusion, based on what's happening here, if we take him literally, is that this ability is stronger than what anybody can do using chakra. So if we take Black Setsu's statement literally without context, the conclusion we would come away with is that this is the strongest jutsu in the series. Literally, because every single other jutsu that we see, like all the Madara shit, for example, is like the Biju bombs. Those are technically jutsu, right? So even if they're not, then we can say that Biju bombs are created with natural energy, so the Biju bombs don't count. But everything else that's like created by a shinobi, okay, well that's gonna be inferior to this, because it's not just like what Zetsu has seen up until this point, what Zetsu is aware of, what Zetsu is familiar with. He's saying this is on a totally different scale that what anyone can create using change in chakra nature alone can do. And he knows like the 10 tails and shit, so I can't even keep a straight face. But like, you know what I mean? This is why you gotta be careful about taking things literally, because you could use this to argue that this is the strongest non-like Biju Bomb jutsu in the series. if you take it in a certain way. I don't agree with that, obviously, but yeah. Well, maybe. I mean, I don't know if Madara's like Storm Fang is, or Light Fang, whatever the fuck it's called, is Storm Release Light Fang, I think it's what it's called, is stronger than this. This might actually, against the same target, this might actually do more damage. Like if they're both firing that technique at the same person, this might do more. I mean, who knows, right? The Storm Fang is featless, so we don't know for sure. But anyway. Now we see the thunder and lightning, or the lightning gathering above the hole. Sasuke jumps up. This jutsu guides the lightning striking down from the heavens. In short, I merely direct its power towards you. Okay, so when people say Sasuke is speeding up the lightning bolt, he's making it faster, he's enhancing it, what Sasuke himself says is, I merely direct its power towards you. So Sasuke and Itachi have at this point established very, very thoroughly that he has like basically no chakra left, and he is explicitly saying himself, I'm only directing it, I'm only guiding it. And as you can see, he's building up some power, but you can see also that there's like a bunch of electricity gathering around him, right? And it looks like it's starting to connect to, or at least be around in the vicinity of this thing on his hand, the Chidori or whatever it is. Maybe it's part of the same jutsu. Okay. And then Zetsu, of course, says, which is why it cannot be evaded. The speed of lightning is 1/1000th of a second. It's faster than sound. Okay. So obviously, like, this is a very awkward thing to try to use for scaling, because 1/1000th of a second is just time, and speed is not time. It's just distance. It's distance over time. So in order for us to make this into a speed calc, we would need to figure out the distance. Now what you could do is you could try to get like the baseline height of a cumulonimbus cloud. Like how, on average, how far from the ground do they tend to be? And then you could decide, okay, well, it's going to be like, are we going to calculate it from the tip of the cloud to or from the bottom of the cloud, or how are we going to do that, right? Or you could try to look at like, how far above the battlefield do you think, if this is where Sasuke is standing, or if he's standing down here, and I think this is, this is Itachi, right? And this is Sasuke. So, can we calculate the distance between Sasuke and, like, what exactly is Zetsu saying here? I think one way to interpret it, it's really hard to see because of the lack of detail in the background, but I think one way to interpret this is that Zetsu is just saying that from the moment that Sasuke releases the jutsu, it will travel from his position to Itachi's position in 1/1000th of a second. And if you like calc this at like, I don't know, if Sasuke is like, I don't know, if we say he's 10 feet tall, this was like 100 feet or something like that. It's like 10 Sasuke's. We could maybe say this is 100 feet. So it's like, I don't know, 150 feet over, was it 0.001 seconds? Which means that it's going at 150,000. I'm doing something wrong there, right? But like, you can take that as a basis for how fast this is going, and then try to get it into miles per hour. And if this is, well, if this is feet, right, and miles per second, fuck, my brain is so fried. But you can now let me try to do this, because every single time I come on the stream, I'm like, I'm bad at math, and then I don't even try, and I'm never gonna learn if I don't try. So let's try this again. So if we assume that this from here to here is 150 feet, right? 150 feet over the course of 0.001 seconds. I wanted to figure out how fast he goes in 1 second, right? So 150 feet divided by 0.001 seconds. Okay, is that right? This would be 1/10 of a second, 100th, 1,000th of a second. Okay, so this means that he's going 150,000 feet per second. Okay, so how many feet is he then going per minute? It would be 60. And then how many feet is he going per hour? It would be another 60, right? Math is so fucking hard. Okay, and now we just have to divide this. These are feet, so we have to divide this into miles, right? So So it looks like the speed then would be 102,000 miles per hour. If I got that right. I probably made a mistake there. Speed of lightning is 220 million miles per hour? Really? Oh, the return stroke. Okay, so 270,000 miles per hour. So that's actually... So if that's the case... Oh yeah, now we start to get into this stuff. If that's the case, then that means that lightning in Naruto is actually... Like, this jutsu is actually slower. But of course, I'm making a lot of assumptions, right? I'm assuming that that means that Itachi's talking about from here to here. But if it's closer to the speed of lightning in our... Or not Itachi, that Zetsu means that jutsu is going to travel from here to here in 1/1000th of a second. He could mean that it's going to travel from the top of the cloud down to Itachi. And then he's just like guessing the top of the cloud. And if we get like the top of a cumulonimbus cloud, cumulonimbus clouds can get up to, what is it, like 1.5 miles tall? Okay, that's obviously 1.5 miles is obviously a lot bigger than fucking 150 feet. By order of magnitude. But again, like, is that getting up to the speed of light, which is 680,000 miles an hour? I don't think so. So that should give you an idea. Let's see. The better question is, how does Zetsu know meteorology? He doesn't. That's it. He just does not. He's just guessing, I think. It's the best as I can tell. Zetsu's statement, basically, this bullet moves at 1/1000th of a second. It's faster than a caterpillar. Yeah, honestly. I mean, I love the idea of Zetsu basically just like hanging out watching caterpillars like travel, and with like a little ninja stopwatch or something, and then using that as a metric. Dr. Triangle says, oh, Axel Gray says the flash then the sound. Yeah, does it actually do that? The flash? Yeah. We do see the initial flash, and then we see the sound. That's true. And then the shockwave too. The flash keeps arcing out. It's cool. Oh, or are you saying, yeah, so the thunder itself would be moving at the speed of sound, right? But the actual lightning discharge of energy that then causes the expansion in the atmosphere. So I guess there's like 3 parts to it, right? There's the initial lightning strike, or four. There's the downstroke, then there's a return stroke, which is faster. Then there's the like explosive expansion in the atmosphere, and then there's the sound wave that propagates out after that, something like that. Mach 133, which leads me to believe that lightning speed in Naruto is comparably faster than sound. Yeah, well that would make sense too, because this fucking name Zetsu says it's even faster than sound, right? Notice also that he doesn't say like it's as fast as light or almost as fast as light or something like that, right? He just says it's faster than sound. So that should also give you a metric of what Zetsu, what sorts of things Zetsu thinks are capable of being dodged. If that makes sense. Sorry says someone's educating that looks like Donkey from Shrek. I know somebody's been doing that. I know somebody out there has that done. It probably has a Rule 34 of it, honestly. Dr. Strangle says 150 over 1/1000 equals 150,000 feet per second. Yeah, that makes sense. Thank you for actually injecting some logic into it. I don't know how to explain it. It's just like it's the opposite of like my brain just freezes. Like I think I mentioned this before. I used to do calculus. Like I took calculus courses and I was pretty good at it and I had fun with it. And then I just forgot, and now anytime I try to do like even the most basic math, like if you told me like, hey, this person was born on this date, can you figure out how old they are? I would just like cry and leave the room. Not literally, but like I don't know why. I don't know when I lost it, but it's almost like some like anxiety thing where like nobody can see me not doing math perfectly, so I better not do it at all, and it just like gets in my way. It's super awkward, I'm not gonna lie. Anyway, it doesn't it's a million times faster than sound. Yeah, you say 10 million? What is it? That's the thing too. Is that, like, I know this isn't a very strong argument because it's veering towards argument from ignorance, and I don't want to do that. But you figure that if Kishimoto wanted us to think characters were light speed, that he would maybe put, like, literally any direct evidence of that in the manga itself. But no, he's like, no, I'm not going to tell these fuckers the truth. I'm going to put it in a data book. I'm going to hide it in there. And they have to take it literally. Like, you could have just put it in the main manga, dude. Unless... But anyway, let's wrap this up. So, the main point that I'm trying to emphasize here is that, to me anyway, it's extremely fucking clear that this is natural lightning. The only thing that Sasuke is doing to this fucking Thunder Horse is he is just guiding it down towards Itachi. He's telling it where to go. He has a conduit to it. He's connected to it with his Chidori, or maybe this is just generic lightning release and it's part of the Kirin. And what he is doing is he brings his hand down, and then it looks like he just moves it's not cast yet, and then he twitches his hand forward, and then when that happens, the leash that he has, like the leash connection that he has connected to the Kirin in the sky, causes a flash, and then it comes down right away. Kaboom, right on Itachi's head. Now, something to keep in mind that I think is important to note is that Itachi's looking right at Sasuke when this happens. And so he sees Sasuke moving his arm down. He sees what's happening. He understands, like, he's looking at it with his Mangekyo active. And then Sasuke twitches his hand and there's a flash of light, and Itachi sees all this happening. This is, maybe you could say this is headcanon, but I've heard people say that because Itachi can react to this thing that Sasuke does, that means that Itachi is, like, demonstrably as fast as lightning. And if not as fast as lightning, then it means that he, at the very least, or if not as fast as lightning, some people say if Kirin is the speed of light, then Itachi is objectively the speed of light as well. The thing is, we know that the Sharingan, and I'm sorry we didn't get to this tonight, we know that Sharingan gives you predictive vision. It's made very, very clear in the, like, fight between Naruto and Sasuke, when Naruto awakens his 3 Tomoe for the first time, that the Sharingan lets you read somebody's motions and body, like, muscle twitches and stuff like that, to be able to predict what their body is going to do next. So Itachi is watching Sasuke, somebody he knows quite well, moving, sees his gesture, hears this long-winded ass explanation about how this jutsu works, gets to watch everything unfold, and then, yeah, he reacts to it. He responds to it when the flash comes down. But, to me anyway, that doesn't necessarily mean that he moves at the speed of lightning. He says, if I hadn't had this, I would have been dead. Which, to me, I think means that he was able to activate the Susanoo. That's fine. So he was able to turn on the Susanoo. And he was able to time the activation of his Susanoo for when he thought the lightning bolt would hit him. And he thought the lightning bolt would hit him when Sasuke cast the jutsu. And he could see when Sasuke was going to cast the jutsu by predicting the motions of his arm. So he can actually start turning on the Susanoo and, like, aim dodge the ability beforehand. An alternate interpretation of this is, of course, that Itachi let himself get hit. He didn't react to this at all. He gauged it, he looked at it with his Mangekyo, and he said, you know what, I can take this, and actually, this will help me out because it'll bring me closer to death, but I think I can survive it. Like, he gauged the power of the attack. And this is actually not a speed feat for Itachi, it's a durability feat. But then, when he says, I would have died without the Susanoo, doesn't that mean that for sure he was using his Susanoo to survive? Well, the problem with that is that Itachi is manipulating and tricking Sasuke this entire time. And you could argue that Itachi wants to teach Sasuke that if he uses the Susanoo, that the Susanoo can provide him with enough armor and defensive ability to survive something like a Kirin. Right? Because to my mind, this whole fight is less about the actual, like, this whole fight has a lot going on, but one of the most important things that's going on is that this is the final lesson that Itachi thinks he's ever going to be able to give to Sasuke. This is the final training session that Itachi is going to give to Sasuke. He wants to basically prepare Sasuke to use the Mangekyo. And he wants to instruct him on all of the strengths and weaknesses and all the caveats and all of everything, right? So he tests him on his ability to handle the Tsukuyomi and explains, like, takes him into a Tsukuyomi and, like, explains how it works, and all that. He explains the blindness thing with Izuna, or is that his name, Izuna? And fucking Madara. And then he also explains the EMS and, like, Sasuke, you shall be my new light and all that stuff. He explains how that works. Okay. Then he tests him on his shuriken jutsu and his kunais and all that. Kunai and all that. Then he shows him how the Amaterasu works and, like, talks about it and explains how that works. And now he's showing him and explaining the Susanoo as well. So apart from, like, the Izanagi, Izanami, and Konomatsukami, which I don't know if it's, like, feasible for Sasuke to get his hands on that shit anyway, Itachi is just like, okay, this is my last chance to teach my brother all the things that I'm going to pass on to him. Here we go. So he actually doesn't need to block Kirin with the Susanoo in order for his deception and his narrative to be maintained. All he has to do to fulfill his own goals in this fight is to make sure that he shows Sasuke the Susanoo at some point, not specifically to get hit by it. So he might have actually let himself get hit if he thought he could survive it. I don't know if I can prove that. I don't know if it's, like, the impression or interpretation that I even prefer, but I think it's an option. So with that all being said, let me just see if there's anything else to go off of here. Lightning Jutsu is a one-time only trick. Okay. I think basically now the narrative starts to veer off into other things. But this could actually be a useful metric for helping us, like, gauge the size of these things. You know, size of Itachi versus the Susanoo and the size of the mountains in the background, all that stuff. If we needed that. But yeah, so my goal in going over this stuff was basically to emphasize a couple things. One is that the databooks can be useful in terms of providing an overall source of information, for sure. They can provide useful and interesting and informative descriptions of the jutsu that are being used, for sure. But it's not necessarily correct to just interpret them literally, because if you take the most literal interpretation, you're bound, and you apply that principle. If you take the principle, we can interpret these things literally, and you just, like, apply that wherever, you will find yourself in an awkward situation sooner or later, because a lot of the statements there, even if they seem, you know, relatively innocuous on the surface, which they are, if you try to apply them literally for power scaling purposes, then things get very messy very quickly. And ultimately, you should try to take them out of the databooks and then put them back into the manga, and to see how they combine with one another. Ultimately, I don't think that there's anything here that would ever lead anybody, just reading the manga, to assume that this technique, the Kirin, is light speed. The potential interpretation from that doesn't really seem to come from the official data book, and if you put it into context with everything else, then no, there's no reason to believe this is the speed of light. People try to say, well, we could just get it to the speed of light anyway by saying that Sasuke is speeding it up with his chakra, but that doesn't seem to be the case either. First of all, there's no evidence that I've seen that Sasuke is speeding it up or making it stronger. And there is a lot of evidence suggesting that he isn't, because of all the statements that we have about him being out of chakra. So when it comes to Itachi's speed, it's hard to know to scale anything for Itachi off of this fight, because you never know, like, how much he's holding back at any given time, or what his true limits are. I think it's a fair interpretation to say that he just let himself get hit by Kirin, or that he parried it by using an aim dodge or whatever you want to call it, by predicting what Sasuke was going to do. It's also possible that he has lightning reflexes that are 1/1000th of a second or something, and just did like a perfect Sekiro parry at the last second. That's also a possibility. But at any rate, none of that has anything to do with him being lightning speed. Fucking the speed of light. And even so, even if he is quote unquote lightning speed, there's some ambiguity as to how fast exactly lightning is moving here. Should we use Black Setsu's statement, or should we use our own calc? Which is more reliable? Honestly, I don't think fucking Zetsu knows what the fuck he's talking about, because he often seems very confused or is being dishonest or something. Like, he doesn't consistently represent what's going on very well. So I wouldn't trust him. But hey, your mileage may vary. So yeah, I don't know. I had a lot of fun talking about that stuff. I know it was a little less structured than some of the other stuff that we've talked about, but had a lot of fun with it. And Darth Magog says it's also possible that Kishimoto Sensei is an art major and doesn't know what the speed of light is. Yeah, that's also possible as well. Like, for sure. Like I've said before, the author is under no goddamn obligation to cater specifically to a literalist power scaling perspective. And sometimes when I hear people say that, other people will counter by saying, well, obviously, like, authors care about power scaling. Obviously, they do power scaling in their own universe. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense. But at the same time, there's a difference between making your characters relative and structured and doing versus battles, like character stats and profiles wiki, comic vine power scaling. Okay? There's different meanings of that term. And I think people can get discouraged when they think that, like, this particular interpretation doesn't always work. And it's fine. It's fine if you want to, like, use the house rules to interpret things. But, you know, there's a limit to how much we can say about the author himself or themselves, whoever they are, in the case of other manga or properties. So, thank you so much, everybody. I'm going to wind it down for tonight, but great conversation earlier in the stream. Fun topic. Had a lot of fun talking about it. And I appreciate, you know, the openness to have a more, like, fluid conversation while I'm, like, preparing for the next, like, fucking lecture or whatever. But yeah, you guys are all awesome. I hope you have a wonderful night. Schedule next Thursday. I'm gonna keep doing the 7 p.m. starts for the Claire Obscure streams. So 7 p.m. Thursday, Claire Obscure. Next Sunday, 6 p.m. Naruto stream. I think I'm gonna do the, like, start with the light speed stuff, since we wound up talking about it anyway. But of course, if you have any, like, questions or topics that you'd like to suggest, as always, feel free to hit me up in the Discord, send me a PM, or join the server if you're not already there. Send a message in the server, comment in the YouTube video, whatever you like. I'm more than happy to continue the conversation. Also have to shout out whoever sent me the that recent debate video. I got a lot out of it. I really appreciated it. So feel free to send me recommendations if you like. I might be slow getting to it this week, because this week's going to be a nightmare with work, but in a good way. It's just going to be very busy. But I will get to it when I can. And yeah, thank you so much. Thank you, Darth Magog. Thank you, Saria. Thank you, Dr. Strangle, Axel, everybody